Sir, please tell me your name.
Wesley Alexander Jones.
This is 21 CO 1285. It was reset, Ms. George, from the weekend.
Your Honor, the offer from the state is an adjudication of guilt, credit time served. I did speak to Mr. Jones. We went over all the rights he would be given up. He understands those rights and would like to accept the state's offer here today.
All right, Mr. Jones, please raise your right hand to be sworn.
Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
All right, thank you. You had an opportunity to speak with an attorney about the rights you can put your hand down, about the rights you'd be giving up if you enter a plea of guilty or no contest. Do you understand those rights?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any questions for me about them?
No, ma'am.
All right, in front of you on that counter, there's a piece of paper, that's the plea agreement. It also has an explanation of those rights in more detail. Did you have an opportunity to review that?
Yes.
All right, do you have any questions for me about that?
No, ma'am.
You understand if you're on probation anywhere, this plea could violate that?
Yes, ma'am. I'm not on probation.
I believe you, but I have to ask everyone because I wouldn't necessarily know.
I understand.
And also, if you're not a US citizen, you could be deported. You understand?
Yes, ma'am. I understand.
All right. At this time, how do you wish to plead to the charge of soliciting without a permit?
No contest.
I'll accept your plea. I find it's freely and voluntarily made. I'll withhold adjudication, give you credit for the
5 days.
5 days you've been in custody. Sir, I have to order that you pay court costs. I'll give you a year to pay those.
And Your Honor, he is transient. He's been homeless for over 9 months. So I would ask that, how old is he?
I gave him a year, counselor.
Yeah, I just read it, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
That's
it's
why I
okay.
paused.
I'm going to give him a year.
I see it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Good luck, sir. You have 30 days to appeal in writing. Have a nice day. Thank you. Oh, I missed it. Sorry. Is this Spanish now?
Oh.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jaime Sotomayor, certified federal interpreter, already sworn. 1 second while I connect to the headphone.
Thank you.
Se escucha de un solo lado. Sí, sí.
The interpreter can hear only on one side, but he can hear.
All right. Thank you. Sir, please tell me your name.
José Batista.
Jose Batista.
21 CF 13935. You're here charged with domestic battery by strangulation, tampering with a witness, and battery dating violence. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. There is probable cause in this case.
Your Honor, when setting bond on this case, we just like to bring your attention to his out-of-county warrant from Osceola. It is the same victim. That case allegedly occurred. The alleged date of incident of the Osceola warrant was September 5th, 2021, and is the same victim as the present case.
It occurred when? I'm sorry.
September 5th, 2021.
All right, thank you. And criminal mischief. Did I say criminal mischief when I told you the charges? Sorry, that's also a charge here. All right, sir. Your bond on count 1 is $25,000. Count 2 is $15,000. Count 3 is $1,000. Count 4 is $5,000. You can have no contact with the victim or any witness in this case. Do you understand what no contact means?
Yes, ma'am.
You can't possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition. You cannot return to the victim's residence for any reason or be within 1,000 feet of her residence or place of employment.
Ok, pero no puedo hablar ahora.
Okay, but I am not allowed to speak now?
You can say anything you want, but everything you say is being recorded and can be used against you later. Do you understand that?
Perfecto.
Perfect.
Just a moment, I'm going to give Ms. George an opportunity to say something. She represents you right now.
Can you please advise the client that I would recommend he not talk about the facts of the case and he waits to get in front of his attorney to speak about the facts?
Ah, perdón, no entendí.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
So we're here only to tell you what you're charged with and give you a bond. I would not recommend he talk about the facts of the case or go into detail about the case, that he waits to speak with his attorney.
Ok, copiado.
Okay, got it.
All right, sir. Based on that, is there something you wish to say to the court, or are you going to follow your attorney's advice?
No, voy a seguir el consejo de la abogada. Si no puedo hablar, es mejor así.
No, I will follow the attorney's advice, and it's better for me not to speak.
All right, sir. Were there any other conditions the state would request on that case?
No, Your Honor.
No.
All right, sir, in 21 MM 2442, you have a warrant out of Osceola County on a charge of battery, domestic violence. There's no bond. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you in that one as well. And we'll notify Osceola County that you're here. Yes, all the conditions in that Osceola County case still apply. I assume it's no contact with the victim and no weapons, and you cannot return to her residence. Do you understand?
Sí, claro.
Yes, of course.
Good luck, sir.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I don't have your name.
This is Judge Gibson.
Gibson, thank you.
Sir, please tell me your name.
José Gregorio Hernández.
Jose Gregorio Hernandez.
21 CF 13913. You're here charged with domestic battery by strangulation and aggravated battery on a pregnant person. I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you. There is probable cause here. Ma'am, do you wish to testify today?
Sí, está bien.
No, I'm not speaking to you, sir. Ma'am, do you wish to testify today?
No.
All right, thank you. Just a moment. All right, sir, your bond on count 1 is $10,000. Your bond on count 2 is $5,000. With special conditions, you can have no contact with the victim. Do you understand what no contact means?
Yes.
You can't possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition. You must maintain a separate residence. I'll allow a one-time return with law enforcement to gather your belongings, but you cannot coordinate that with the victim. Do you understand?
Sí.
Yes.
Any other conditions the state would request?
Gregorio Hernández Castellanos. Sí, lo dejo apellido.
No, Your Honor. I don't believe there's any other allegations of a child or alcohol use.
Right? All right, sir, I also have to advise you that at this time, you have a hold for immigration. So even if you post bond, you'll still be held on that until the hold is cleared. All right, good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Please tell me your name.
Ángel Martínez Moreno.
Angel Martinez Moreno.
21 CF 13938, you're here charged with domestic battery by strangulation and tampering or harassing a witness. I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you in this case. There is probable cause.
Your Honor, he does qualify for pretrial release.
¿Te cualifico?
Does the state object?
No, Your Honor, state would just ask for bond in conjunction with pretrial release. And given we don't have victim testimony here today.
At this time, I'm going to place you on pretrial release and require that you post a monetary bond. However, I will reduce that amount. Your bond on count 1 will be $5,000. On count 2, it'll be $150. With special conditions, you can have no contact with the victim in this case. Do you understand what no contact means?
Sí.
Yes.
You can't possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition. You must maintain a separate residence. I'll allow a one-time return with law enforcement to gather your belongings. You can have no unsupervised contact with any minor child under the age of 18.
Okay, pero no entendí lo de la segunda que me dijo.
Okay, but I didn't understand the second thing you said.
Segunda de la fianza,
I don't know what the second thing was.
lo que tengo que pagar para la segunda, para la fianza.
What I need to pay for bond.
Your bond on count 1 is $5,000, count 2 is $150.
$150.
$150.
On count 2, yes.
Ok, gracias.
Very well, thank you.
All right, good luck, sir. Please tell me your name.
David López Álvarez. David Hernández. David Hernández.
Javier Lopez Alvarez.
David Hernández.
David, sorry.
Is this David Hernandez?
David Hernandez.
All right, 21MM 7537. You're here charged with battery domestic violence. I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you. There is probable cause.
Ok.
Your bond is $500. You can have no contact with the victim. Do you understand what no contact means?
Yes.
You can't possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition. You can't possess or consume any alcoholic beverages. You'll be subject to random alcohol screens. You must maintain a separate residence. I'll allow a one-time return with law enforcement to gather your belongings. All right, good luck, sir.
Hernandez?
It was 500.
Actually, I think he has an active ICE warrant.
¿Y qué puedo hacer?
What can I do then?
You're going to have to speak to your attorney, sir. I think that you have a hold for immigration and you'll not be released.
It's a federal.
Oh, it's a federal
No
marshal hold.
puedo salir entonces.
So I can't get out.
I don't think they're going to release you, sir, no.
Ok.
All right, good luck. Good morning. Please tell me your name.
Mi nombre es Jorman Alberto Saume Tolosa.
Jorman Alberto Saumet Tolosa.
Jorman Alberto Saumet Tolosa.
21MM 7557, you're here charged with battery dating violence. There is probable cause. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you.
Okay.
Okay.
Your Honor, I would just ask for a bond amount.
Your bond is $500. You can have no contact with the victim. Do you understand what no contact means?
Sí, señor.
Yes, ma'am.
You can't possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition. You cannot return to the victim's residence or be within 1,000 feet of her residence or place of employment.
¿Puedo hablar?
Can I speak?
You can say anything you want. Everything you say is being recorded and can be used against you later. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Could you please,
Just a moment, sir. Let me hear from your attorney.
could you please advise the client that I would recommend he not talk about the facts of the case until he has a chance to speak with his attorney?
Okay, I'm fine.
Okay, this is fine.
All right, good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Is that all for Spanish this morning? Yes, ma'am. All right, that's all we have for the interpreter at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good day.
You as well.
You got a domestic case with attorney, three brothers,
Yes.
you want them all in together?
Yes, please.
You want them?
Morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. Counselor, who do you represent?
Judge, I represent Matthew Seal, Isaac Seal, and Elliot Seal. I've spoken to all three parties, and there's no conflict, Judge.
They're waiving the conflict?
Yes, Judge, they're waiving the conflict.
All right, so this is 21MM 7540, 7541, and 7542. We're missing one. All right, go ahead, Counselor.
Morning, Judge. For the record, Jose Rivas on behalf of Matthew Seal, Isaac Seal, and Elliot Seal. Judge, I'm here this morning to ask for just a bond, reduced bond. I do have the parents here. I do have the mother as well, too. Although she's not a victim, she's the homeowner. All three brothers live in the residence. I've spoken to all three parties. And they have no conflict having non-hostile contact with each party. They do want to return home. They were living at home as a family. So I would ask this court that they be allowed to have non-hostile contact and that they be allowed to return to the main residence. I do have the mother here. Her name is Sidra Seal. I could take testimony from her. Although she's not stated as being a victim in the case, she is the homeowner, and she has no problem with her kids coming back home.
All right, if you would like to take testimony, you can. For the record, there is probable cause in all three cases. Ma'am, raise your right hand, please.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes. Thank you. Go ahead, Counselor.
Good morning, Ms. Seal. You state your full name for the record,
Isidra Garcia Seal.
okay? And how do you know Ms. three Seals that I have here? How do you know them?
These are my children.
Okay. Would you like to ask this court to allow them to come home?
Yes, please.
Okay, and do you want to have non-hostile contact with them?
Yes, please.
Okay, and do you have any kind of fear or concerns for their safety, or I'm sorry, for your safety if they return home?
No.
Okay, that's all I have, Judge.
All right, any questions from the prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
You can stay right there if you want, so you can hear everything. All right, Counselor, anything else?
No, Your Honor, I would just say, based on the testimony, I would ask this court to allow them to have non-hostile contact and to be able to return to the same residence, Judge.
Your Honor, state when agreeing to hostile contact without hearing from the brothers themselves whether they fear each other.
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Your Honor, the state would object to setting no hostile contact unless we talk to the brothers themselves to see if they fear each other and want to have contact with each other. I understand the mother is the homeowner and witnessed the incident. However, the brothers are the ones that are the victims and defendants in these cases.
Yes, Judge. I can take testimony from their brothers.
It can be brief, but I do
gonna be real brief.
I agree with the state. I'm hesitant to allow contact unless I hear from each victim. And I know it's complicated because they're all each a defendant as well, but I think that's important.
I will, Judge. Okay. Mr. Elliott Seals, you tell your,
Hold on, raise your right hand. You know what? All three of you can just raise your right hands at the same time. It's fine.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
All right, thank you.
can you tell the court your full name?
My full name is Elias Anthony Seal.
Okay. And do you want this court to allow you to have non-hostile contact with your brothers and your mother?
Yes, ma'am.
You fear your brothers? in this
No.
case? No. And you promise to call the police in the event of any possible altercation?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Any questions from the state?
Just one. Has anything like this ever happened before?
Not like this. Like always had like we're siblings, so like when we were younger, yeah, like but not like this.
Okay.
Never to the point where like cops have been called or never this far.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Mr. Seal, can you tell the court your full name?
Yes, sir. It's Isaac Anthony Seal.
Okay. Would you like this court to allow your brothers and you to have non-hostile contact with your brothers and your mother?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and do you have any problems with returning home or having your brothers return home?
No, sir.
Okay, and you promise this court to call the police in the event of any altercation?
Yes, sir.
Again, just one question, Your Honor. You heard the question I asked earlier to your brother. Has anything like this ever happened before with either of them? All right, thank you.
All right, go ahead.
Mr. Seal, can you tell the court your full name?
Matthew Seal.
And would you like to ask this court to allow you to have non-hostile contact with your brothers and your mother?
Yes.
Okay. And would you like to return home, or do you have any issues with your brothers returning home to any residence?
No issues.
Okay, and do you promise this court to call the police in the event of any another alteration?
Yes.
And again, has anything like this ever happened before?
Just verbally.
Thank you, that's all I have.
All right, thank you. Anything further, Mr. Rivas?
No, Your Honor.
All right, anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor, I believe they all qualify for pretrial release.
I see that.
The state has no objection to pretrial release with a low monetary bond pursuant to the statute.
Mr. Rivas, did you discuss pretrial release with your clients?
Judge, I did not discuss pretrial release, Judge, but I would just ask this court to do a low bond, Judge, or even, I would actually go to the point of arguing that there's no probable cause. I mean, in the last sentence, the officer says, due to the lack of cooperation, I place all three subjects under arrest. It's a little confusing as to, who was the initial aggressor. So I would argue that there's no probable cause, Judge,
Well, I think there is probable cause. I reviewed the affidavit, and I did read the sentence that you're referring to, but also in the body of the affidavit, it talks about some statements that were made by some of the defendants/victims, and then marks that were seen on them. So I think there's probable cause, however thin, to your point. But that doesn't mean, I don't know what the state's going to do with this. You know how that goes. So here's what I'm going to do. Based on the facts, the lack of criminal history, I see that only one of them has, it looks like, prior arrests. I don't even see prior convictions.
It's my understanding that case was no pros, Judge.
All right, that could be why. And the testimony of the mother here today, what I'm going to do is, I'm going to give each of you a bond of $250 with special conditions. You can only have peaceful contact with all the victims and witnesses in the case. So you already heard Mr. Rivas ask you about no hostile contact. Do you understand what that means? No fighting, no shoving, no hitting. Don't even raise your voice. If it looks like there's going to be an argument, walk out the door. All right? None of you can possess any weapons, firearms, or ammunition. Are there any other conditions the state would request?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Good luck to all of you. Thank you, ma'am, for coming. Good luck.
Thank you, Judge. That's all I have. Have a big excuse.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Good week. Thank you.
No. Okay. So you're gonna go around to the desk and the other. Come on. Campbell.
Please tell me your name.
Jamie Campbell.
21MM7538. You're here charged with battery, domestic violence, and resisting an officer without violence. I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you. There is probable cause here. Your bond is $500 on count one, $100 on count two. With special conditions, you can have no contact with the victim. Do you understand what no contact means? You must maintain a separate residence. I'll allow one-time return with law enforcement to gather your belongings. You can't possess a weapon of any kind, firearm, or ammunition.
I don't own any weapons.
All right, then that one will be easy to comply with. All right, good luck, ma'am.
Say something.
You can ask anything you want. Everything you say is being recorded and can be used against you later.
That's fine. The girl.
All right, good luck. Please tell me your name. I'm sorry.
Monaco.
All right, sir. 21CO1281. You're here charged with soliciting without a permit. 21CO1159. Capias was issued for your arrest for failing to appear for arraignment on a charge of soliciting without a permit. In
Yes,
both of those cases, hold on, sir. In both of those cases, I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you.
Yes, Your Honor, and a offer was conveyed in both cases, his failure to appear and in the new law soliciting without a permit. Given that they're both county ordinances, state is conveying an offer of an adjudication, credit time served.
And I did speak to Mr. Monaco. We went over all the rights he would be giving up. He understands those rights and would like to accept the state's offer here today.
All right, sir, please raise your right hand.
Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you, sir. You had the opportunity to speak with an attorney about the rights you'd be giving up if you enter a plea of guilty or no contest. Do you understand those rights? Do you have any questions for me about them?
No.
You had a chance to review that form in front of you. It's the plea agreement, and it further details all those rights you're giving up. Do you understand?
Yes.
You understand that if you're on probation anywhere, this plea could violate it?
Yes.
If you're not a U.S. citizen, you could be deported.
Yes.
All right, sir. At this time, how do you wish to plead to the two charges of soliciting without a permit?
No contest.
I'll accept your pleas. I find they're freely and voluntarily made. I'll withhold adjudication in both cases, give you credit
An
for,
adjudication, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, I'll adjudicate you guilty in both cases.
Okay.
Yes, 5 days.
I'll give you credit for the 5 days that you've been in custody. Sir, I have to order that you pay court costs. I'll give you a year to pay those.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir. Good luck. You have 30 days to appeal in writing.
All right, thank you.
Was the PD appointed? Yes, you have to. There's no option. Please tell me your name.
Anicia Lispeon.
21MM7480. You're here charged with resisting an officer without violence and possession of drug paraphernalia.
Your Honor, I was gonna see, I don't know, from what I was told, there was an offer that was conveyed, that's why it was reset for a plea by Judge Bain. So, I don't know, I was gonna see if we could reset it for, our second session, just so I can verify what the offer was with Mr. Brands, who covered on Friday.
Your Honor, I didn't have an offer here today. The reason I thought it was reset was due to medical, which is what it says at the top of the first appearance sheet.
Yeah, when was she here? When was it reset?
Friday.
Oh.
But I didn't have an offer due to law enforcement did find a substance that they believe possibly to be drugs in addition to the paraphernalia, and it was sent to FDLE for analysis. So waiting for the FDLE to come back.
All right, so there isn't an offer at this time.
Not from me, Your Honor, no.
Okay.
And Your Honor, we would be asking for an offer. She can afford bond. Again, I believe there was an offer Friday.
Well, the state's not giving you an offer, so,
Yeah, we're asking that you would accept an offer.
but there's not an offer. Are you saying you want her to plea open to the court?
Yes, Your Honor.
She can do that, but you understand that if you plea open to the court, you're charged with 2 first-degree misdemeanors, and those are each punishable by up to a year in jail. You understand that? I can't hear you.
Yes.
All right, so technically, the court could sentence you to 2 years in jail. That would be a lawful sentence. I'm not saying that I would do that, but I want to make sure you understand that that's your exposure here today. You understand that?
Yes.
All right, raise your right hand, ma'am.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right. You had a chance to, actually, I'm going to appoint your office, Ms. George, if you weren't on Friday.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so you had a chance, you can put your hand down now. You had a chance to speak to your attorney about the rights you'd be giving up if you enter a plea of guilty or no contest today. Do you understand those rights?
Yes.
Do you have any questions for me about them?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so you understand we're not having a jury trial, you're not going to call any witnesses, you're giving up your right to testify as well as your right to remain silent. You understand all of that?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you understand that if you're on probation anywhere, this plea could violate it.
Yes.
If you're not a U.S. citizen, you could be deported.
I understand.
Also, ma'am, I show that you're out on bond for a charge of possession of cocaine and possession of drug paraphernalia. A condition of being out on bond is that you cannot commit a new law violation. So
You are, hold on.
this court might revoke your bond in that. Even if you enter pleas of guilty or no contest today, I may revoke that bond and you'll be held at no bond. Do you understand that? All right, Ms. George, you want to take a minute to explain that?
Your Honor,
Yes, Your Honor.
in that case, she was referred to pretrial diversion. However, she has been referred to pretrial diversion. This was the 3rd time. So the ASA in that case was saying if she was rejected for whatever reason, she would not be re-referred due to it being the 3rd time being referred.
And Your Honor, just for the court's record, the only thing that was left was for her to pay the $100 fine. Her mother stated she was willing to pay the $100 fine for her, on her behalf. So she completed the course that she needed to complete. It was just the financial aspect of it that she, as you can see, she's unemployed. She was having trouble paying the $100. And from the notes that I saw, that was the only thing left. And we did in fact speak with her mother, who is willing to pay that fee for her.
Okay. But can you please speak to her and make sure she understands that I might revoke it anyway?
Okay, Your Honor, she understands.
Yes.
All right, ma'am. At this time, how do you wish to plead to the charges of resisting an officer without violence
Guilty.
and possession of drug paraphernalia?
Guilty.
I'll accept your pleas. I find they're freely and voluntarily made. I'll adjudicate you guilty of both charges.
Your Honor, before you sentence, she would like to speak to you.
All right, go ahead, ma'am.
I wanted to apologize, and I didn't quite understand everything before up until this point. So now that I have a better understanding, I wanted to let you know that it won't happen again.
All right, ma'am, this court appreciates that. My concern is, Ms. George, you said that she completed whatever the pretrial diversion program is for possession of cocaine and paraphernalia, but this arrest is for possession of paraphernalia because the substance that they found was methamphetamines. So it doesn't look like pretrial diversion worked because she's arrested for drugs again. So even The fact that she did the program, I don't know what the program was, but that doesn't seem to be effective because she's out again with drug paraphernalia.
I don't know, Your Honor, what that program consisted of, but we all know drug addiction is a very hard thing to beat. And a lot of drug addicts do have relapses, so I'm not sure if in pre-trial diversion they do drug court or anything like that. I'm not sure. From what I read, it was a class. I'm not sure how that works for pre-trial diversion. I don't think it was a in-depth substance abuse course or anything like that.
I don't think so either, but that's what I'm saying. It's not effective
Right.
because she's out doing drugs again and resisting police officers. So it's not, whatever that is, it didn't work. It didn't help at all in this case. So what would help?
I mean, Your Honor, again, drug addiction is a very serious issue. Even when people go and do they go to drug facilities and things like that, they can still have they can still come back out and use drugs again. It's an addiction that they deal with the rest of their lives. So I just ask that you take that into consideration. I don't know what other program they have that's available for her at this time.
Well, there's nothing on this charge because that's 2 misdemeanors, so.
Right. I know if it was drug court, it'd be different, but I don't know what options pretrial diversion has for her. Because she stated it was just a 4-hour online course, so I don't think it was able to even get to the root of the issue, Your Honor.
How many days has she been in custody? 5. All right, at this time, I'll sentence you to 5 days in custody on each charge, concurrent. I'll give you credit for the 5 days that you've been in custody. I have to order that you pay court costs. I'll give you a year to do that. You have 30 days to appeal in writing. I'm revoking your ROR in 2020 CF 7552. However, instead of holding you at no bond, I'm going to set that bond at $100 on count 1 and $100 on count 2. Good luck, ma'am. What happened with Zahn?
I believe he's a Mandarin interpreter, Your Honor.
We're still waiting on it? The clerk said what?
Said we was gonna do it at the end of the document.
We're doing Zahn at the end? Okay. Yeah, doesn't matter to me. That's fine. Yeah. I just didn't know because we skipped him. So I just wanted to know why.
The agreement for the last one was if I stayed out of trouble for 6 months, then they would drop the charges. Because it's been over 6 months. So now they still saying that that's not right.
You're gonna have to call them on that because it wasn't closed. The attorney said you still had $100 to complete the trial. It wasn't done. So it's still open. Yeah, she signed. Call the number and speak with your attorney and they'll be able to tell you. Because it's not, I read the notes in there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck, ma'am.
Your Honor, Sandy King refused.
Thank you. 21 CT 952 is a capias. I'll find his refusal, a willing waiver of his appearance today. There's no bond. I show that he has an attorney, so I'm not going to appoint your office in that case, Ms. George.
And the out on bond, Your Honor?
Right.
Okay.
And then in 21 CF 13936, aggravated child abuse, there is probable cause. I will appoint your office in that case. Again, I'll find his refusal a willing waiver of his appearance today.
Nicholas,
Oh, I'm not done. I gotta set bond in that. His bond is $25,000. He can have no contact with the victim or any witness in this case. He can have no contact with any minor child under the age of 18, cannot possess any weapons, firearms, or ammunition, can't return to the scene for any reason, or be within 1,000 feet of the victim's residence or school. Any other conditions the state would request? Oh, comply with any plan set in place by DCF.
That was it, Your Honor.
And I'm revoking his bond in 21 CF 8799. Now I'm done.
Nicholas Litvin, refuse.
21 CF 13937, I'll find his refusal a willing waiver of his appearance today. There is probable cause. I'll appoint an attorney to represent him.
Your Honor, I just ask that you take into consideration the mental health issues. And in his history, he has been voluntarily committed. Involuntarily committed, excuse me. Your Honor, so I just ask that you take all of that into consideration when setting the bond amount.
Where do you see that?
In his history, if you look on the last page, it says a defendant has mental health history per CCIS. When I go back and look at his history, it tells me, in our system, it shows he's been Baker acted and.
Okay, because I saw that it says history, but it doesn't say anything about voluntarily or involuntarily committed.
Right, it's in our system, Your
You see
Honor.
it. All right, $5,000 on count one, 100 on count two. No contact with the victim, no weapons, firearms, or ammunition. Maintain separate residence, one-time return with law enforcement to gather belongings. Please tell me your name.
Hannah Osmond.
21 CF 13915, you're here charged with aggravated assault, dating violence, and battery dating violence. I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you in this case.
Oh.
There is probable cause.
Your Honor, I just ask that you set a bond.
Your bond is $2,500 on count one, 100 on count two. You can have no contact with the victim. Do you understand what no contact means?
Yes.
You can't possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition. You must, were you two living together?
She's asking.
No, we weren't.
Okay. Then you can't return to his residence for any reason. Any other conditions the state would request?
No, Your Honor.
All right, good luck, ma'am.
That's a good question. Your Honor, can I have a second on this case?
I'm sorry?
She's trying to go back, because I was on this case. The aggravated assault, I don't believe she had a weapon or anything. I'm trying to,
Hold on, let me go back.
okay.
It was with a motor vehicle.
Okay, that's what it was. I couldn't remember if she was asking. Thank you. I couldn't remember.
I'm done with her.
She's good. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Your Honor, Mr. Class's behavior.
21 MM 7563, he's charged with battery domestic violence. I'll appoint your office, Ms. George.
I'll waive the appearance, Your Honor.
All right, there is probable cause.
Your Honor, when setting bonds, it would just like to bring your attention to, one, that there was a child that witnessed the event, and two, he does have a warrant out of, I believe it was Vermont, just showing a lack of community ties and a likelihood to flee. I believe potentially we have a witness.
I know. Ma'am, do you wish to testify this morning?
No, I just,
If you want to say anything, I need to swear you in.
oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, raise your right hand.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
All right, ma'am. 1 second. The prosecutor has some questions to ask. Go ahead, Ms. May.
Good morning, ma'am. Can you please state your name and spell your last name?
Desiree Combs, Combs.
And what is your relationship to Mr. Class?
We've been in a relationship.
Are you afraid of him?
No.
Has anything like this ever happened before?
We've had verbal arguments, but no.
Are you willing to call 911 if anything like this or anything more severe ever occurred in the future?
Yes.
Do you believe drugs or alcohol were involved in this incident?
No.
And do you want to have contact with him while this case is pending?
Yes, please. I have 7 kids at home, and we've been together for almost 2 years, and he's wonderful with them and with me 95% of the time. Every relationship has their problems, but it's detrimental for us not to have contact because there's so much love with him and my kids.
Okay, that's all I have, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense?
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Was there anything else you wanted to tell me?
No, I just was asking for contact.
What says the state as to contact?
Your Honor, given the allegations and given that the children were present, the state would object at this time.
All right, his bond is $500. At this time, I'm going to order no contact with the victim, maintain separate residence, no weapons, firearms, or ammunition, comply with any plan set in place by DCF, no unsupervised contact with any minor child under the age of 18. Ma'am, I'm sorry, but I'm really concerned about what I'm reading here and his history. And so I think at this time, it's probably better for everyone if you guys just have some time apart. So that's why I ordered no contact at this time. But I appointed an attorney to represent him, and the attorney can file a motion in front of the trial judge to change my order later.
Yeah, because a lot of the criminal stuff from the past is like not completely true.
I believe you, but I only have this information to go on. So that's my order today. But like I said, his attorney can file a motion in front of the trial judge and have that judge change the order.
And when I talked to the officer the day of this incident, they told me that no charges were to be pressed unless I asked for them to be. They asked me if I wanted to press charges, and I said no because he didn't hit me.
That's not how this works.
That's what they told me, so
They were wrong.
it's super unfair.
Well, the state of Florida is prosecuting him right now. It's the state of Florida versus Dylan Class, not you. So it's not up to you to drop the charges, it's up to the state of
Right, but
Florida.
can I get a waiver of prosecution?
You can call the state attorney's office and speak with them about that. I'll ask Ms. May to give you some contact information. She can give you a card. But it's up to the state of Florida now. It's not up to the victims. So it's a crime in the state of Florida to intentionally touch someone against their will. It doesn't have to be that they hit you or anything. The fact that he touched you, that can be a battery. So that's why he was charged that way. So I'll ask her to give you that card, and then you can contact them. I'll allow one-time return with law enforcement to gather his belongings. All right, good luck, ma'am.
Thanks.
Yes.
We have a Sandy King that refused earlier.
Yes.
He has a power of attorney in his law, which he just speaks outside.
Oh, all right. We can call that one back, and let's do this one first.
Yes, ma'am.
Please tell me your name.
Stephanie Edward.
21 MM7558. You're here charged with battery domestic violence.
Correct.
There is probable cause. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Your bond is $500. You can have no contact with the victim. Do you understand what no contact means?
The issue with the no contract is if I go with the no contract, I'll be completely homeless with my son.
So I'm not ordering,
We live together, all three of us.
you don't now. I'm going to order that you must maintain a separate residence, and I'll allow a one-time return with law enforcement to gather your belongings.
But I have no.
But it doesn't mean you have to leave. Just one of you does.
What if he refuses?
The court doesn't have jurisdiction over him, and you can't have any contact with him. So you're going to have to talk to your attorney about how to work that out. But I don't have jurisdiction to order him to leave. I only have jurisdiction over you. So you have to maintain a separate residence. You can't possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition. All right, good luck, ma'am. Maintain separate. I said that, and one return with law enforcement.
Thank you.
Okay, you should be next.
Did you want to recall Sandy King?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. This is 21 CF 13936. We've already addressed this case, Counselor, because your client refused to come to court earlier. But since you're here, is this your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead, put your appearance on record.
For the record, Your Honor, I'm Attorney Merrill Glover Gambles.
Good to see you this
I was
morning.
here for Mr. King yesterday, but it was too soon, and they didn't bring him for first appearances.
Okay,
Came back today.
sorry about that. I wonder what time he was arrested.
Apparently it's too late to make that.
To make the cutoff, right, okay. Well, thank you for coming today. So, sir, you're charged with aggravated child abuse. I found probable cause. Do you have this one? What I ordered? Okay. So in this case, I set your bond at $25,000. I ordered that you can have no contact with the victim or any witness in this case, that you cannot return to the scene. You can't possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition. You can have no unsupervised contact with any minor child under the age of 18. And you cannot go within 1,000 feet of the victim's residence or school. You must comply with any plan set in place by DCF. And I'm not appointing the PD anymore since he has an attorney. So we'll have to change that. Okay, printing a new one. Okay, sorry about that. Nope, not yet. Also, you're here for a habeas in 21 CT 952. Ma'am, do you represent him in that case as well?
I do not, Your Honor.
All right. So he failed to appear for a non-jury trial on a charge of a driving while license suspended. The judge issued a habeas with no bond. Did I appoint the PD in that case?
No, Your Honor, you said
He
you
had
had
a private
He has
attorney.
a,
Oh, he has another attorney in that case.
And I'll communicate with her today.
Okay, so I didn't appoint them in that case either. And sir, you're out on bond in 21 CF 8799, and I revoked that bond. So your attorneys are going to have to file bond motions in front of whichever trial judge has that case as well.
Okay. He has a court date set for it.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Did you have anything else, ma'am?
No, Your Honor. You're gonna be.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you for coming. Sorry about yesterday. I don't know.
No, it's on me.
Thank you. Have a nice day. Please tell me your name.
AC Anthony Greco.
21MM7550. You're here charged with domestic battery and domestic assault. I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you in this case. There is probable cause. Your bond is $500 on count 1, $100 on count 2. With special conditions, you can have no contact with the victim in this case. Do you understand what no contact means?
Do I have the right to ask where the probable cause is coming from?
You can ask anything you want. Everything you say is being recorded and can be used against you later. I'm going to ask the state to put the factual basis on the record.
On or about October 24th, 2021, Anthony Greco and Casey Greco got into an alleged chest bump match and shoving match when Casey struck his father on the left side of the ribs with a closed fist while standing in the kitchen. Casey at that point picked up a glass cooking dish from the kitchen counter, which had been washed. He held the dish over his head and threatened to hit his father with it. He did not hit his father with it, but he broke it, slamming it on the counter. All events occurred in Orange County, Florida.
That's the probable cause. All right. All right. Okay, thank you. No you can't possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition. You must maintain a separate residence. I'll allow a one-time return with law enforcement to gather your belongings, but you can't coordinate that through the victim. You can't have contact with a witness in the case either. All right, and at this time, I'm revoking your pretrial release in 21MM5406.
Your Honor, I would ask that if you are inclined to revoke, you revoke and double the bond. Other than this charge, he has no other convictions here that I see in Florida. It appears this is a situation between him and his father, and they got into it. So I just ask that you take all of these things into consideration. And as opposed to holding him at no bond, you revoke and double the bond.
Your Honor, would you like a factual basis for that case?
Yes.
On or about August 4th, 2021, an Orange County courthouse clerk reported the defendant was renewing his passport when he became frustrated with the process and punched the plexiglass window 3 times. The metal bracket along the side of the window broke and the window popped out of place. Facilities estimated damages at $365. All events occurred in Orange County, Florida.
All right, what says the state as to that bond?
Your Honor, I believe that case was referred
Yeah, I see that too.
to pretrial diversion approximately about a month ago. But given that that was a criminal mischief, in this case, it was a battery and arguably a criminal mischief, throwing the glass dish and breaking it, I'll leave it within your discretion. However, they are close in date and both arguably aggressive offenses.
Right, both involve clearly an issue with anger.
I believe his mother was a witness for that.
Yes, Your Honor. I'd also point to the fact that when police asked him, he did cooperate with the police officer as well. He explained his father bumped him, and that's when he punched him in the ribs. And he also stated it's alleged that he admitted to breaking the I think it was a glass plate or whatever it was, Your Honor. So he was cooperative with the police. I just ask that you take all of that into consideration in the limited criminal history that we do in fact have. and double the bond as opposed to holding him at no bond. I do believe this is a eye-opener for him.
All right, I'm going to revoke that bond and set the new bond at $1,000. You can't return to the Orange County Courthouse without a court date. So you have to return every time a judge tells you to. You understand?
To the courthouse?
Yes. So you can't just come hang out there, but every time you have a court date, you have to come.
Allowed back to the courthouse now?
Right, when you have a court date.
Okay.
But when you don't, you can't just be hanging out at the courthouse, although I don't know why anyone would. I'm just saying you can't.
Because my parole officer told me I can't go back to the courthouse.
Right. The problem is, you have now 2 open criminal cases, and you will have court dates where a judge is going to require you to appear. Now, some of them might be virtual, and you need to stay in contact with your attorney, because if it's virtual, no problem, you just log in on a computer or a phone. But if the judge says you have to be there in person and you don't come, a judge will issue a warrant for your arrest, likely with no bond on it. So you can't go back to the courthouse unless a judge tells you to come. Okay? Mr. George, can you make a note so that your colleagues who represent him understand that that's there? I just want to make sure he doesn't miss a court date.
So yeah, my
For
next
that.
mandate's on 11/10. according
Your what? Your next what?
Mandate, according to my officer at the jail, the Orange County Jail. This one.
Okay, so if that requires you to be there,
90-day probation period from my previous charge.
so if it requires you to go to the courthouse, you have to go. So talk to your attorney, though, before you go.
Yeah, that's at the courthouse, or at the 3rd floor of the jail facility.
Well, if it's the jail, it's here.
Yeah, the entrance.
Then you would have to come here, not the courthouse.
Okay, yeah, correct.
Yeah, so then that's not a problem. I'm not going to order you not to come back here, although you might not want to. All right, good luck, sir.
All right.
Please tell me your name. 21 MM 722. You're here charged with violation of a domestic violence injunction. I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you. There is probable cause. Does either side wish to be heard on bond?
Oh, 1 second, Your Honor. I'm going to re-pull the DR case.
All right, I'm going to go ahead.
There was a final order ordered back in July 2nd of 2021 against the alleged victim in this case. The allegations that are made in her petition are concerning. If you're otherwise, I understand that you can hold him no bond. However, I don't believe that you're probably inclined to do so, given that he was just in the driveway. If you're inclined to set a bond, state would just ask for a high bond, given this appears to be an ongoing issue. The victim in the petition has had several problems with him just showing up in the driveway. Told him to move his vehicle so she could bring the groceries inside. He got upset, began to argue with her, and made threats. There's several incidences like that, which are similar to the incidences that we have in this case of him blocking his car in. So if you are inclined to set a bond, state would just ask for a high bond, given that it is a offense that you could hold him no bond.
Anything from the defense?
Your Honor, I would just argue that in this incident, he was not violent. It appears he stated he was in the driveway because he had nowhere else to go. That would be my only thing that I ask that you consider.
All right, sir. I'm sorry, Ms. May.
Sorry, I'm further reading her petition. October 7th, 2021, blocked her car in the driveway. He became irate and went inside the house. She was trying to close the door. He had a machete in his hand, attempted to swing at her. She said he is very dangerous and capable of hurting her. There are dates also on May 11th, April 10th, of him coming to the driveway and blocking her in. And the incident that I previously said on June 16th about him parking in the driveway, blocking her in, and threatening her. So it's an ongoing issue. And one of the incidences that seems rather recent did arguably include a weapon. So
I'm sorry, what?
What year did that occur?
that was, she said October 7th, 2021.
Oh.
Was the date that she wrote.
Did you say included a weapon?
She said that he had a machete in his hand. He blocked her car in the driveway. She asked him to move the car. He became irate, went inside the house. She tried to close the door. He had a machete in his hand, walked her in my direction, attempted to swing it at me within close proximity. She alleged that he potentially was intoxicated. That was October 7th. That's within her petition for the injunction.
All right, sir, at this time, your bond is $200,000. You can have no contact with the victim. No contact means you can't see her, you can't speak to her, you can't send a message through friends or family, you can't contact her on social media, you can't call her on the phone, you can't send a text message, you cannot drive by her house. I'm ordering that you can't be within 1,000 feet of her residence or place of employment. This charge and the facts that are contained within tell me that you're having trouble following court orders. I want to be crystal clear that my order is you cannot be within 1,000 feet of this residence. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
You have to answer out loud in the microphone.
Yes, ma'am.
You cannot drive by her house. You cannot park in the driveway. You cannot follow her in your car. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
You can't possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition. Any other conditions the state would request?
No, Your Honor.
All right. 6, you're here charged with battery, domestic violence. There is probable cause. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Ma'am, do you wish to testify?
No.
All right, thank you. Is he on probation?
He is, yeah.
Is there a warrant yet?
No.
Okay. Your bond is $1,000. You can have no contact with the victim or any witness in this case. Do you understand what no contact means?
Yes, ma'am.
You can't possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition. You must maintain a separate residence. I'll allow a one-time return with law enforcement to gather your belongings, but you can't coordinate that with the victim. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am. I have one question. Does this violate the probation or what?
It likely will. That's why I asked if there was a warrant. There's not been a warrant issued yet for your arrest, but there likely will be. So it looks like you're on two probation, so.
Felony county probation.
Yeah, it looks like this will probably violate that, but I don't have that warrant yet. So talk to your attorney.
Okay.
Good luck, sir. Don't look at her. Thank you, ma'am. Please tell me your name.
Codleen Lima.
21MM721. You're here charged with battery, domestic violence. There is probable cause. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Your bond is $500. You can have no contact with the victim. Do you understand what no contact means?
Yes, ma'am.
I couldn't understand that.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You can't possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition. You must maintain a separate residence, and I'll allow a one-time return with law enforcement to gather your belongings. Good luck.
Thank you.
Please tell me your name.
Sarah Plummer.
21 7549, you're here charged with assault, domestic violence. There is probable cause, and I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Your bond is $500. You can have no contact with the victim. Do you understand what no contact means? You can't possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition. You must maintain a separate residence. I'll allow a one-time return with law enforcement to gather your belongings. Good luck.
500.
Please tell me your name. 21 7555, you're here charged with battery, domestic violence. There is probable cause, and I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Your bond is $500. You can have no contact with the victim. Do you understand what no contact means? You can't possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition. You must maintain a separate residence. I'll allow a one-time return with law enforcement to gather your belongings. Good luck.
Your Honor, there was an allegation of alcohol use.
Oh, hold on one second. Come back.
Come back.
Yeah, it's this one. I'm also going to order that you can't possess or consume any alcoholic beverages. Good luck. Okay. But I just need you to sign this top one. I got it. All right. Don't we have to say probable cause? Okay. Please tell me your name.
Rosa Marin.
21 7546, you're here charged with battery, domestic violence. Ms. George, did you wish to be heard?
No, Your Honor, she had a question. I was just.
Okay, all right. There is probable cause, but I didn't know if you wanted to be heard on that. All right. I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you. Your bond is $500. You can have no contact with the victim. Do you understand what no contact means?
She can't hear. Sorry, Your Honor. I don't know.
Is this any better?
I don't think it's working. Can you hear? No. You can't hear anything?
Just static.
Can you hear me now?
I hear you.
All right, ma'am. Your bond is $500. You can have no contact with the victim. You must maintain a separate residence. I will allow a one-time return with law enforcement to gather your belongings. You can't possess any weapons, firearms, or ammunition. Did you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Good luck, ma'am.
I don't have anything to say.
You can say anything you want, but everything you say is being recorded and can be used against you later.
Okay. Now, my sister, does she have to be there, or can she leave the house so we're not together in the same place?
You can't have contact with her.
all.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Please tell me your name.
I'm sorry?
Please tell me your name.
Tricia Santos?
21MM7536. You're here charged with battery domestic violence. I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you. There is probable cause. Your bond is $500. You can have no contact with the victim. You can't possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition. You must maintain a separate residence, and I'll allow a one-time return with law enforcement to gather your belongings. Good luck, ma'am.
Your Honor, I believe DCF was also notified.
All right, then you have to comply with any plan set in place by DCF. All right. Please tell me your name.
Naya Segura Watson.
21MM7556. You're here charged with battery domestic violence. There is probable cause. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Your bond is $500. You can have no contact with the victim. Do you understand what no contact means?
Yes.
All right. You can't possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition. You must maintain a separate residence, and I'll allow a one-time return with law enforcement to gather your belongings. Any other conditions the state would request?
No, Your Honor.
I was asking the state. All right. Good luck, sir.
Your Honor, Mr. Corey Smith is mental health.
21MM7565. Ms. George, I'll appoint your office.
Your Honor, I will waive the appearance. However, I would ask that, I don't believe he was able to be interviewed, that he be screened for pretrial release.
Your Honor, even if he did qualify for pretrial release, state would object. He does have prior VOP showing inability to comply with court orders, recent failures to appear, and other BAT DV arrests.
I just don't know if he has any,
If you what?
if he's working or anything, Your Honor, so that's why I asked, since we're waiving his appearance, I'm not able to speak with him.
I'm not inclined to put him on pretrial release. His bond is $500. No contact with the victim, no weapons, firearms, or ammunition. Maintain a separate residence, and I'll allow a one-time return with law enforcement to gather his belongings.
Your Honor, state would also request a no return to that 7-Eleven.
And no return to 7-Eleven. Please tell me your name.
Juwan Sneed.
All right, in 21MM6458, a warrant was issued for your arrest, charging you with stalking domestic violence and assault domestic violence. Another judge has already found probable cause. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. And then in 21MM6435, another warrant was issued for your arrest, charging you with battery domestic violence. Again, another judge has already found probable cause. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you in that case as well. Your bond in 6435 will be $500. With special conditions, you can have no contact with the victim. Do you understand what no contact means? You can't possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition.
Yes, ma'am.
You can't return to the scene for any reason.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other conditions the state would request in that case?
No, Your Honor. Just for the record, that case occurred 9/10. The other case, the BAT DV happened September 9th. The stalking assault DV happened 9/10, and it is the same victim.
I think that was supposed to be on the same docket or something. I don't even know where that came from, Your Honor.
All right, you'll want to talk to your attorney about it if you think you have some defenses. All right, in 6458, your bond is $1,000 on count 1, $100 on count 2. Again, you can have no contact with the victim. You can't possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition. You can't be within 1,000 feet of the victim's residence or place of employment. Anything else the state would request? Ms. May?
Are you holding the not allowed within 1,000 feet as like a separate residences type?
Your Honor?
I'm sorry, say that again?
You ordered not allowed within 1,000 feet of the victim's residence or
Yes.
place of work. Are you ordering that in lieu of separate residences, one-time return?
Yes. It's do not return. No, I'm not ordering that. No. I'm ordering do not return. Right.
You have a one-time return with law enforcement?
I did not.
I believe the residence is actually his residence, Your Honor, so all of his items. I did explain that he, even if they're there, he can live there, but I would ask for him to be able to go with law enforcement to at least get clothes and personal items, because it's actually his residence, it's his house.
All right, I'll allow a one-time return with law enforcement to gather your belongings, but then after that, you can't return. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Actually, I'll order it maintained separate. Sorry, I did change it.
Law enforcement, if you go without law enforcement, you're in a violation.
Just make sure you talk to your attorney about what all of that means. Because if they're there, you can't be there.
Yeah,
Yes, ma'am.
All right,
I explained it, Your Honor.
okay.
For everything? So, $100?
Yes, yes, but this is still, that still stays on both cases. Yeah, because if she moves out, I don't want to go into her new residence either. Sorry, I changed my mind. Yeah, that's right. Please tell me your name.
Amber Walker.
21MM7545. You're here charged with battery, domestic violence. There is probable cause. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Your bond is $500. You can have no contact with any victim or witness in this case. You can't possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition. You must maintain a separate residence, and I'll allow one-time return with law enforcement to gather your belongings. And you can't return to the 7-Eleven. Yes?
That's your bond. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, good luck, ma'am. Please tell me your name. 21MM7548. You're here charged with battery, domestic violence. There is probable cause. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Ma'am, did you wish to testify?
Greetings, good morning.
Good morning.
I just wanted to make sure today.
Okay, if you want to say anything, I have to have you sworn in.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead. Raise your right hand.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, go ahead. Did you have a question?
Yes, ma'am. For this morning, I just want to make sure that today, which someone advised me, one of the law enforcement advocates, that I can get a different meeting spot when we have exchanges with my son.
All right, tell me that one more time.
One of the advocates said that maybe I can get a different meeting spot when it comes to me exchanging my son with his father.
Oh, I see.
Yes,
Where's
ma'am.
your current meeting spot?
At Boardwalk Bowling Alley.
And you want to change that? Hold on, I'm looking at the wrong probable cause
I
affidavit.
believe there is a child custody agreement in place,
Yes, ma'am.
so I don't know if this court has jurisdiction to change.
No, I can't change the agreement unless it has to do with what the facts are in this case. So to change whatever the parenting agreement is, you're going to have to do that with the judge who's presiding over that case.
Okay, perfect.
But
And I believe DCF was notified, Your Honor, so they're going to be involved anyway.
Okay.
And she can also let DCF know.
But this happened at Boardwalk Bowling.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, we're changing that today because of that. All right. Do you know where the nearest police station is to where you live, ma'am?
To where I live,
Yes.
I'm out of county, so I'm in Brevard County. But I
Oh,
do know where the closest one is in my county.
but it's Exchange here in this county.
Yes, ma'am.
I can try to look up the closest one to Boardwalk Bowling.
Yeah, let's make it a police station for right now. This is just temporary because the family law judge can do whatever he or she wants with the agreement. But for purposes of this, I'm going to order Mr. Woodward that you're not allowed to return to Boardwalk Bowl. So we're going to change this location because you can't go back there right now. Do you understand? All right.
It appears Boardwalk Bowling is on Colonial
Yes.
near. Looks like we're in OPD jurisdiction.
Is it okay even if it's a sheriff's station, police station or sheriff's station?
Yes, that's what she's looking for.
I'm basically Googling the police departments and how far they are to.
Just do the sheriff's office.
Winter Park Police Department is about 28 minutes. It's 11 miles.
No, but that's the wrong direction.
It's on Aloma. That's why I thought it potentially was.
We want one south, east, not north. All right, while you're looking for that, we'll get back to that in a minute, Mr. Woodward. Your bond is $500. You can have no contact with the victim. Do you understand what no contact means? All right, you can't possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition. You'll have to comply with any plan set in place by DCF. You can't return to Boardwalk Bowl.
Yes, ma'am.
You can't be within 1,000 feet of the victim's residence or place of employment. And we're still trying to find a location for you guys to meet. This is temporary. So what's going to happen is, I'm the judge putting this order in place today. Then depending on what happens with this criminal case, which is a misdemeanor domestic battery case, that judge can change my order. And you have a family law judge that can change my order. But until another judge signs an order that tells you guys to go back to Boardwalk or go somewhere else, you're going to go where I'm telling you, okay? I just want to make sure that's really clear.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't want to set anyone up for failure. That's not what we're doing here today. All right, any luck, Miss May?
So far, the closest one I'm finding is UCF Police Department, which is 4.9 miles or a 10-minute drive.
Is there not a sheriff's station? The sheriffs have stations all over.
And that's the issue when I'm map questing is because there's so many.
Hold on, I just
And I'm
Googled
not a native.
Orange County Sheriff's Office. I mean, they have them everywhere.
Orange County Sheriff's Office substation, I don't know what that is.
Yeah, substation.
That's in Lake Underhill. It's close, let me see how close.
You'd think this would be simpler for us to find. I'm looking too now.
One Orlando Police Department is 15 minutes or 12.3 miles.
But which direction?
It is west.
No, we don't want west. Lake Underhill and Rouse Road has a sheriff's station at 11146 Lake Underhill Road.
Yeah, that's the one I saw, Your Honor. I think that's the closest one.
I'll write that down
6
for you.
minutes, 2.5 miles.
Okay, so it's going to be in the court minutes, but she's going to write it down for you as well. It's at 11146 Lake Underhill Road. It's on the corner of Lake Underhill and Rouse Road. So that's on the east side of town. And that's where you're going to do your exchanges temporarily,
Okay.
okay?
Is that a sheriff's office or a police department?
Sheriff's office. All right, you writing that down for her, Miss May?
I did, Your Honor. I'm also writing the court number.
Okay.
Case number for her.
It's just the location is gonna.
And just stay in touch with your attorneys so that they can help work out anything you guys need.
And what's the name of the, just in case, Your Honor? It's the Orlando.
It's the Orange County
It's
Sheriff.
Orange County Sheriff, I'm sorry. Is a substation. But again, you know, any of those judges can change that order. Just wait till a judge changes it for now. Yes. All right, good luck. Thank you for coming,
You have
ma'am.
a splendid day.
Please tell me your name.
Jake Higginbotham.
2016 CF 11119. You're here for violating your probation by failing to submit to electronic monitoring. At this time, there's no bond authorized on that warrant. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Good luck.
Is this Mr. Ware?
That was Higginbotham. Sir, please tell me your name.
Charles Ware.
21 CF 13925. You're here charged with robbery by sudden snatching, battery with 2 prior batteries, and criminal mischief. I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you in this case. Give me one moment. There is probable cause. Your bond is $5,000 on count 1, $1,000 on count 2, $150 on count 3. You can have no contact with any victim or witness in this case. You can't return to the scene for any reason. You can't possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition. You're also here for several violations of probation, 18 CF 14096, 18 CF 12291, 20 CF 6929, and 20 CF 7123. In all of those cases, sir, this new charge is violating your probation. You'll be held at no bond, and I'll appoint an attorney to represent you in each of those cases. Good luck, sir.
Your Honor, I believe he also came in with an on view.
All of those are.
Okay.
We're good. That's all of those. Yes. Yes, sorry. One moment. Do we have the interpreter? Okay. This is Judge Gibson. Who do I, oh, no, they're not there yet. Good morning, this is Judge Gibson. Who do I have on the line?
Good morning, Your Honor. This is Mandarin interpreter Daphne. I'll be happy to assist you, Your Honor.
Good morning. Has the interpreter been sworn?
No, not yet.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn.
Yes.
Do you swear to translate from Mandarin to English, English to Mandarin truthfully in these matters here today?
Yes, I do.
All right. Good morning, ma'am. Can you please tell me your name?
柯彦
领导
正，
女士，请你报下你的名字。
柯彦正，
金彦正。
Ma'am, you're here in 21 MM 7567, charged with battery domestic violence.
女士，你现在被指控的罪条款是21 MM 7565757，是殴打跟这个家暴。
I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you.
我们现在会来给你指派一个律师来代表您。
OK。
Let me ask, sir, do you wish to testify this morning?
我先问一下，先生，你今天早上要来做提供证词吗，先生？
没有。
No。
Okay, thank you.
好，谢谢。
Just one moment.
请稍后。
There is probable cause.
真有可能原因。
Does the defense wish to be heard on bond?
那么这个抗辩人需要提供一个保释吗？
是的，是的。
Your Honor, I'm not sure, because on my face sheet it's not showing anything. I would ask that she be interviewed for pretrial release, in this case. In the alternative, I would also ask for a $500 bond if she doesn't qualify.
Your Honor, interpreter fails to hear the whole thing. How would you like me to interpret? My apology.
I'm sorry. I asked if she could be interviewed for pretrial release, and if she does not qualify, in the alternative, I would ask for a $500 bond.
Okay, thank you. All right, interpreter, go ahead. 好的，我们法官刚刚问说，是不是能够来做一个这个审判之前、听证会之前的一个释放？但是如果说可以合乎资格的话呢，那这样子的话，我们会这个提供建议，就是500块钱的保释金。
She was interviewed, Your Honor. She qualifies.
是的，他今天被面谈过了，是他合乎资格。
State has no objection, Your Honor.
没有反对，法官。
Does anyone recall the case earlier with the 3 brothers? What was the monetary bond I set on those 3?
$250.
Thank you. Ma'am, I'm going to set your bond at $250.
女士，我们现在把你保释金设定是250元。
With special conditions, you can have no contact with the victim.
但是有特殊条件，你不可以跟受害人有任何接触。
You can't possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition.
你同时身上你不可以拥有任何的武器、火药武器或是任何的弹药。
You must maintain a separate residence, and I'll allow a one-time return with law enforcement to gather your belongings.
你们绝对不能必须要分开居住。我们让你会有在法律人员陪同、执法人员陪同情形之下，能够回去一次来拿你个人的东西。
No, just.
Have a second, Your Honor.
Yes.
Oh, 法官，我太太，我很爱我太太。我太太只是昨天，因为新冠疫情，她工作比较劳累，那个产生了一点误会。她不会伤害我的。我们，是28我们到今年结婚是28年了。
All right, sir, just a moment.
先生，请稍后。
哦，好的。
Okay.
If you wish to say anything to the court today, I need you sworn in.
先生，如果你今天在法庭上面要说任何的话，我们必须要让你做宣誓。
哦，好的，好的。I'm sorry.
Okay, okay.
It's okay. Please raise your right hand.
请你把右手举起来。
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
你现在正式宣誓，等一下会说全部说实话，没有任何谎言，而全部都是实话吗？
Yes, yes.
All right, go ahead, sir. What do you wish to tell the court?
好，那先生，你现在想要跟法庭要说什么呢？请说。
我很爱我的太太，我太太也很爱我。我们是1993年结的婚，到现在为止已经28年了，我们的感情很好。我太太也不会伤害我。她昨天 因为新冠疫情工作比较劳累，所以说只是发了一点脾气。是
And
个
sir,
误
please
会。
speak in short sentences so the interpreter can tell me what you're saying, and you can put your hand down.
手可以放下来了，所以现在请你要，因为考虑到翻译要翻译正确，请你的句子要简短，那翻译能够正确。谢谢。Yes, Your Honor. Interpreter, go ahead and interpret what he has said so far.
Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you. I just want to let you know, Your Honor, I love my wife and she loves me a lot too. So we got married in the year of 1993. So it has been 28 years this year. So we always get along well. But due to the COVID, she was very tired from the working very hard. So she threw a little tantrum yesterday.
So,
Sir, do you wish to have contact with your wife?
先生，你是希望跟你的太太保持联系吗？
Yes, yes.
So, Your Honor, I would ask for a non-hostile contact order given the victim's testimony here today and her limited history.
Give me 1 second. Sir, do you want your wife to be allowed to come back to the home and live with you again?
先生，你是不是容许你的太太回来，然后继续跟你住在一起吗
Yes, yes. 是的，是的。
？Yes.
So you're not afraid of your wife?
所以你并没有害怕你的太太
没有没有，我很爱她，我非常爱她。
？No, no, I love her very much.
All right. Based on that testimony, I will allow your wife to come home and I will allow her to have peaceful contact. Ma'am?
好，那么依照你的证词，我们会容许你的太太回家跟你做联系。女士，
Thank you.
I'm changing my order. You're welcome. So you can have peaceful contact with your husband, but no fighting, no shoving, no throwing things. You understand?
Yes, yes.
是，我们会来把我们刚刚的命令更改，所以你跟他有可以。
Okay. We are back on the record. It's 12:02 p.m. I'm ready when y'all are. Please tell me your name.
Leslie Hugo.
2019 MM8805. Ms. George, your office represents her.
Yes, Your Honor. The state is offering an adjudication of guilt, credit time served, and no return to the Walmart located at 2715 South Orange Avenue. There is a cost of investigation of $124.68 to Orlando Police Department. I did speak to Mrs. Hogel. We went over all the rights she would be giving up. She understands those rights and would like to accept the state's offer here today.
All right, ma'am, raise your right hand. All right, you had the opportunity to speak with your attorney today about the rights that you'd be giving up if you enter a plea of guilty or no contest. Do you understand those rights?
Yes.
Do you have any questions for me about them?
No.
All right. Did you give her the plea form, Ms. George?
No, Your Honor, we just went over everything.
But you did go over it?
Yes.
All right, so the form that she's writing on, and she's going to hand that to you, explains all those rights to you that you'll be giving up if you enter this plea. All right, ma'am, you understand that if you're on probation anywhere, this plea can violate it?
No.
If you're on probation anywhere?
Yes.
I'm not saying that you are.
Okay.
But if you could be and I wouldn't know.
Okay.
So I'm just telling you that if you are, this could violate it. You
Okay.
understand that?
Not on probation.
All right, and if you're not a United States citizen, this could get you deported.
I'm a citizen.
So I have to tell everyone that.
Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am. All right, at this time, how do you wish to plead to the charge of petty theft?
No contest.
I'll accept your plea. I find it's freely and voluntarily made. I'll adjudicate you guilty, give you credit for the 10 days you've been in custody. I have to order that you pay court costs, and the cost of investigation is $124.68. I'm going to give you a year to pay all of that. It's going to be over $400.
Can you give her a year from the date of release? She's being held on no bond on other charges, Your Honor.
All right, I'll give you a year from the date of release, and you're not allowed to return to the Walmart. Your attorney already gave us the address. You understand? Do you have any questions for me? No. All right, good luck, ma'am. You have 30 days to appeal in writing. And yeah, I did. I said you're not allowed to return. Yes.
Okay, so that's it.
Good luck, ma'am. Thank you. 21MM7091. Ms. George, your office represents him.
I'll enter a plea of not guilty, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Please tell me your name.
Leon Sykes.
21MM4705. You're here charged with resisting an officer without violence. Was there an offer?
Yes, Your Honor, the offer conveyed was an adjudication, credit time served, and cost of investigation to OPD in the amount of $152.55.
Your Honor, I would ask that you appoint us so we can just enter a plea of not guilty.
All right. I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you.
I'll enter a plea of not guilty, Your Honor.
Thank you. Good luck. Yes, sir. But I don't know the defendant's name. Ask her. She would have the defendant's name, and she could tell you. But no, it's not scheduled here.
No? Okay. We have a Ms. Smith coming, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am. Can you please tell me your name? Ma'am, you're here charged with possession of cocaine in 21 CF 13920. I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you in this case. There is probable cause. Your bond is $1,000. You can't possess or consume any controlled substance without a valid prescription or have contact with any known drug dealers or the co-defendant in this case. At this time, I'm revoking your bonds. You're out on bond cases.
Your Honor, she's been deemed incompetent to proceed. in those cases, so I would just ask that you take no action.
Do you have anything saying that, Counselor?
Looks like August 19th.
Do you have an order?
21, MO 89893. AO, there was a motion to continue findings of incompetency and placing the defendant on conditional release. And there was also an unopposed motion from the state. There was an unopposed motion filed to release her on her own recognizance based on that.
Thank you. Was there an order from the judge?
She was released. I can't see it in our system, Your Honor. She was set for a competency hearing.
So the defense filing a motion is not an order from the court.
I just have to look into the other system. Sometimes it's not scanned in, Your Honor. I'll go back and look.
Because I don't have
The
anything.
motion was granted, so.
I'm looking at the felony case. I see that she was released ROR due to a motion. It was just, the body of that motion just says that she was here for MDMA bond at 250. It was just a simple bond motion to change it to ROR instead of that 250 bond on the felony case. On 3913, or wait, 3919. On 3919, I see there was a motion to suggest a return of competency on September 30th. There was a status hearing in front of Judge Adams on 10/1. The court minutes don't indicate anything that happened at that hearing. And there's another hearing set for the 16th of November, so I'm not sure. There's no order currently on that motion.
It is they were filed with the court on August 6th. On February 2021, there was a evaluation done by Dr. Danginger, and it found she was incompetent to proceed, Your Honor, February of this year.
In which cases?
And it was sent to case number, looks like, this was in 2021 CF 9199.
All right, so then is there an order by the court in that case?
There's not, Your Honor.
There's not.
That's the one looking at, I'm on the clerk site. There appears to be an ROR motion that was filed 8/27. There was an order to release her on ROR. But in the PD's motion for ROR, it only states it's a simple bond motion. She's confined to the county jail with the bond at 250, unable to locate witnesses, her date of birth is X. She'll be in the jurisdiction, state attorney doesn't object.
Okay, so what does the order say from the court?
That was it, Your Honor. The order says, motion to release her ROR is granted. Defendant is released on her own recognizance.
There's nothing in there about complying with any doctor's orders or anything?
No, Your Honor, it wasn't, per the clerks, I don't see anything regarding motion to incompetence. They just asked for a bond motion for ROR.
So in 2021, CF 9199, it states there was not a motion for the incompetency because there was not an information filed. Once the information filed, the attorney was going to file the motion of incompetence.
Was an information ever filed?
Not yet.
So that's why the motion in that case was not filed.
What was the arrest date?
8/4. It looks like we just got the FDLE back 10/21.
And then
Hold on, let me find out. Can the court reporter hear us? Can you find out if she can hear us? Oh. There's no mute on, the record is on, the normal mode is on. Everything appears to be on. Can the court reporter please call back if you can hear us? We'll find out if she calls back. It seems loud, everything is lit up correctly. All right, so no call. I'm thinking that means she can't hear us. All right, so I'm going to go off the record really quickly and then go back on and see if that helps. All right, we're going to try this again. We're on the record. Ms. May, what was the arrest date in the 21 CF 9199 case?
The arrest date was August 4th. We didn't file an information yet because we didn't have FDLE back. FDLE just came back 10/21, so 4 days.
Okay, but I thought that the finding for incompetence was in February, so that was in one of the misdemeanor cases?
Yes, Your Honor, that was a different case.
All right, at this time, I'll take no action on those cases. Good luck, ma'am. She said what? You saw it. Unless there's something else I don't know. I mean, there very well could be, I don't know. All right, we're ready.
Ms. Williams, Tina, is behavior, Your Honor.
21 MM 7554, I'll appoint your office, Ms. George.
I'll waive the appearance, Your Honor.
All right, there is probable cause. Bond is $500, no contact with the victim, no return, no weapons, firearms, or ammunition. Please tell me your name.
Wayne Bracklin.
Hold on one moment. 21 MM 508. You're here charged with trespass on property after warning. Is there an offer in this case?
There was, Your Honor, of a withhold credit time served, no return. He also potentially will qualify for PTD.
Because of that, Your Honor, I would just ask for pretrial release.
Can a trespass? All right, sir. Oh, he doesn't qualify for pretrial release.
No, I'm missing that paper, Your Honor. I don't have.
All right. Your bond is $500. You can't return to Disney World, any Disney World property. Do you understand?
Right.
All right. Good luck, sir. Did I appoint the PD? I am appointing the PD, yeah.
Your Honor, I don't have the sheet in front of me. I don't know where my sheet went. But,
Yeah, I think your sheet ended up in my stack.
Okay.
Because I ended up with 6 repeats or something, and I was like, why do I have these?
Yeah, I don't.
Now I just realized that's why I had them and you don't.
So I don't know what it says, but would you be willing to, I don't know what his record says. He cannot afford the $500 bond. He's stating it's his first offense. Would you be willing to do an ROR? He does not want the trespass on his record. He is willing to cooperate.
And I did leave the
Don't talk
property.
about the facts.
Okay.
Have your face sheet.
Your Honor, the state would object to an ROR. There was a previous trespass warning granted by Disney, and it appears due to the affidavit that he went to several Disney properties and they followed him throughout the properties before he was finally arrested.
Yeah, it's a very unusual trespass. It's not what we typically see of someone who's hanging out in a store or something where they've been trespassed. He's on Disney World property, driving from location to location after being told he's not allowed to be there, and they follow him from location to location in their vehicles, and he's in his vehicle. So that's the allegation anyway. So I'll reduce the bond to $300, but I'm not going to release him on his own recognizance. Good luck, sir. Good afternoon, ma'am. Please tell me your name.
Edna Brewer.
21 MM 7551. You're here charged with trespass on property after warning. Was there an offer?
Yes, Your Honor, the offer conveyed was an adjudication, credit time served, and no return to the airport without a valid ticket.
Ms. George, she has a history, a lengthy out-of-state history. I have a note that she's a four-state offender. She has a warrant currently out of, is that Michigan?
Yes, Your Honor.
For failing to appear on a charge of trespass.
Michigan.
Okay, Your Honor, she would like to accept the state's offer here today.
All right, raise your right hand, please.
Oh, yes.
All right, thank you. All right, ma'am, you had an opportunity to discuss with an attorney the rights you'd be giving up if you enter a plea of guilty or no contest today. Do you understand those rights?
Yes.
Do you have any questions for me about them?
No.
You understand that if you're on probation anywhere, and that includes any other state, this could violate that probation.
Yes.
If you're not a U.S. citizen, you could be deported.
Yes.
All right, ma'am. At this time, how do you wish to plead to the charge of trespass on property after warning?
Guilty.
I'll accept your plea of guilty. I find it's freely and voluntarily made. I'll adjudicate you guilty, give you credit for the 2 days you've been in custody. I have to order that you pay court costs. I'll give you a year to pay that. And I'll order that you're not allowed to return to this scene for any reason. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right, good luck, ma'am. You have 30 days to appeal in writing.
Your Honor, I believe it was without a valid ticket, right?
Right, without a valid ticket. That's correct. Please tell me your name.
Willie James Flores.
All right, sir.
God bless you, ma'am.
And you as well, sir. Thank you. You're here in 21 MM 7562, charged with possession of drug paraphernalia, and 21 MO 1210, charged with disorderly conduct.
Yes,
The state have an offer?
Yes, Your Honor, the offer conveyed was a no information as to the paraphernalia and a withhold credit time served as to the disorderly.
Thank you.
I'm going to see what Ms. George says.
You're welcome. Your Honor, I went over the rights he would be giving up. He understands those rights, and he would like to accept the state's offer here today.
Raise your right hand, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, sir. You heard what Ms. George said. Is that what you want to do here today?
Yes, ma'am.
And you understand the rights you're giving up if you enter a plea of guilty or no contest.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any questions for me about those rights?
No, ma'am.
All right, you understand we're not going to have a trial.
Ma'am.
We're going to resolve it today.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, sir. You understand if you're on probation anywhere, this plea could violate that probation.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
If you're not a U.S. citizen, you could be deported.
I say yes.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. Sorry, we're making a record, so that's why you have to answer out loud. All right, sir, at this time, how do you wish to plead to the charge of disorderly conduct?
No contest.
I'll accept your plea. I find it's freely and voluntarily made. I'll withhold adjudication, give you credit for the 2 days that you've been in custody. Sir, I have to order that you pay court costs. I'll give you a year to pay those. Does the
Thank you,
state?
ma'am.
Yes, sir. Does the state have an announcement to make?
Yes, Your Honor, state has an announcement as to the position of drug paraphernalia in 21 MM 7562. State announces a no info.
All right, sir. Have a nice day, and you have 30 days to appeal in writing.
And no action.
And no action on that on bond.
Your Honor, Mr. Johnson, Joseph, medical.
Thank you. That's 21 MM 7564. Let me ask before we do anything else, is the state moving forward on this charge?
No, Your Honor, state was going to announce a no info.
All right. Please tell me your name.
Mondello.
21 MM 7561. You're here charged with trespass on property after warning. Was there an offer?
Yes, Your Honor, the offer conveyed was a withhold credit time served and no return.
Could I have just a second? Your Honor, given that she has no criminal history, we would just ask for, I don't think she qualifies, I don't know if she qualifies for pretrial. Okay. Can we place her on pretrial release, as this is her only offense, and maybe she will qualify for pretrial diversion?
What says the state?
State has no objection, Your Honor.
All right, hold on one moment. All right, I'm going to place you on pretrial release with special conditions. You can have no contact with any witness or co-defendant in this case. You can't return to 8911 South Orange Blossom Trail. Do you understand? Yes, ma'am. All right. Good luck, ma'am. Please tell me your name.
Kimberly Petrini.
21 MM 7560. You're here charged with trespass on property after warning. In that last case?
Yes.
Hold on one second. There was probable cause. I don't know if I said that. And I think I need to appoint the public defender. Yes. I did do that? Okay, I'm sorry. Mondello. Just one second. I just realized because I thought she might plea and she didn't. I want to make sure I said all of that. All right, go ahead, ma'am. Go ahead, Ms. George.
Okay. The offer from the state is a withhold of adjudication, credit time served, and no return. I did speak to Ms.
Yes.
Patricio.
Petrini.
Petrini, sorry. We went over all the rights she would be giving up. She understands those rights and would like to accept the state's offer here today.
Hold on, why would we withhold adjudication on this? Why would the court?
Sorry, I
withhold?
was looking at Patricio instead of.
Oh, Petrini.
Mhm, so it's an adjudication credit time.
Okay, because I was like, she has an extensive history. Okay, go ahead. Ma'am, raise your right hand.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you had the opportunity to speak with an attorney today about the rights you'd be giving up if you enter a plea of guilty or no contest. Do you understand those rights?
Yes, ma'am.
You can put your hand down. Do you have any questions for me about those rights?
No, ma'am.
All right, you understand that if you're on probation anywhere, this plea could violate that.
I'm not on probation.
I believe you, but I have to ask everyone. And I see that you have history out of state. So even if you're on probation in another state, this could violate that probation. You understand?
Yes.
All right. You understand if you're not a U.S. citizen, you could be deported?
Yes.
At this time, how do you wish to plead to the charge of trespass on property after warning?
Guilty.
I'll accept your plea. I find it's freely and voluntarily made. I'll adjudicate you guilty, give you credit for the 2 days you've been in custody. I have to order that you pay court costs. I'll give you a year to pay those. I'll order that you're not allowed to return to the scene for any reason. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right, good luck, ma'am. You have 30 days to appeal in writing.
Okay.
You can go. You're good.
Please tell me your name.
It's Stephen Young.
21 MM 7552. You're here charged with possession of drug paraphernalia and trespass on property after warning. There is probable cause. Was there an offer?
Yes, Your Honor. State's offer was an adjudication credit time served, no return as to the trespass, and a no info as to the paraphernalia.
And I did speak to Mr. Young. We went over all the rights he would be given up. He understands those rights and would like to accept the state's offer here today, Your Honor.
Please raise your right hand, sir.
Yes.
All right, sir, you had the opportunity to discuss with an attorney the rights that you'd be giving up if you enter a plea of guilty or no contest. Do you understand those rights?
Yes.
Do you have any questions for me about them?
No, ma'am.
You understand if you're on probation anywhere, this plea could violate that.
Yes.
If you're not a U.S. citizen, you could be deported.
Yes.
All right, sir. At this time, how do you wish to plead to trespass on property after warning?
No contest.
I'll accept your plea, sir. I find it's freely and voluntarily made. I'll adjudicate you guilty, give you credit for the two days you've been in custody. Sir, I have to order that you pay court costs. I'm going to give you a year to pay those. And you're not allowed to return to the scene for any reason. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, does the state have an announcement to make?
Yes, Your Honor. State announces that no information as to count 1, the possession of drug paraphernalia, and I'm going to follow that up with the clerk shortly.
All right, good luck, sir. You have 30 days to appeal in writing.
Oh, you're fine. No, it's okay. You're good.
Please tell me your name. Sir, what's your name?
Michael Murillo.
21 MO 805. A KPS was issued for your arrest for failing to appear on a charge of possession of alcohol in a public place. The bond authorized is $100.
Your Honor, there was an offer of a withhold of adjudication credit time served. Was that correct? Yes. Okay. I did speak to Mr. Murillo. We went over all the rights he would be given up. He understands those rights and would like to accept the state's offer here today.
Please raise your right hand, sir.
Raise your hand.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, sir. You had an opportunity to speak with an attorney today about the rights that you'd be giving up if you enter a plea of guilty or no contest. Do you understand those rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you have any questions for me about those rights?
No, Your Honor.
You understand if you're on probation anywhere, this plea could violate that.
Yes, Your Honor.
If you're not a U.S. citizen, you could be deported.
Yes, Your Honor.
At this time, how do you wish to plead to the charge of possession of alcohol in a public place?
No contest.
I'll accept your plea. I find it's freely and voluntarily made. Is it a withhold?
Yes, Your Honor.
A withhold adjudication, give you credit for the time you've been in custody. 1
day.
1 day. I have to order that you pay court costs, and I'll give you a year to pay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Good luck, sir. You have 30 days to appeal in writing.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
We have Joseph Sanchez, he bonded.
Okay. Please tell me your name.
Casey Cook.
All right. You're here in 21 MO 1211, charged with violating state misdemeanors. Thank you. It's a trespass. Was there an offer?
Yes, Your Honor, the offer conveyed was a withhold, credit time served, no return.
I spoke to
Yeah.
we went, Your Honor, I spoke with Ms. Cook. We went over all the rights she would be giving up. She understands those rights and would like to accept the state's offer here today.
All right, please raise your right hand.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? You swear to tell the truth, the
Yes.
whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
All right, thank you. You had an opportunity to speak with an attorney about the rights you'd be giving up if you enter a plea of guilty or no contest. Do you understand those rights?
Yes.
Do you have any questions for me about those rights?
No.
You understand that if you're on probation anywhere, this plea could violate that.
Yes.
If you're not a U.S. citizen, you can be deported.
Yes.
All right, at this time, how do you wish to plead to the charge of violating state misdemeanors?
No contest.
I'll accept your plea. I find it's freely and voluntarily made. I'll withhold adjudication, give you credit for the time you've been in custody. I have to order that you pay court costs. I'll give you a year to pay those.
Okay. All
Your
right.
Honor, there was also a no return due to it being, the underlying offense mostly being a trespass.
Oh, wait, bring her back.
Oh.
Sorry, ma'am. I will also order that you're not allowed to return to the scene for any reason. Do you understand that? All right, good luck.
Thank you.
You have 30 days to appeal in writing.
Matthew Nelson is medical, Your Honor.
21 MO 1212. Ms. George, I'm going to appoint your office.
Can we just see if he can be brought back tomorrow? There was an offer, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
We'll reset for tomorrow.
Corey Cox, medical also.
All right, 21 CT 7064. I'll appoint your office, Ms. George.
I'll waive the appearance, Your Honor.
All right, there is probable cause. Bond is $500. Cannot drive without a valid Florida license. Cannot possess or consume any alcoholic beverage or any controlled substance without a valid prescription. Please tell me your name.
Lynette Demery.
21 CT 7065. You're here charged with no valid driver's license.
Correct.
Was there an offer?
Yes, Your Honor, the offer conveyed was an adjudication, credit time served.
Yes, Your Honor. She would like to accept the state's offer here today. I did talk to her about the rights she would be giving up. She understands those rights and would like to accept the state's offer.
Please raise your right hand.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, you had the opportunity to speak with an attorney about the rights you'd be giving up if you enter a plea of guilty or no contest today. Do you understand those rights?
Correct.
Do you have any questions for me about them?
No, ma'am.
You understand that if you're on probation anywhere, this plea could violate that?
I'm not on probation.
All right, you understand that if you are not a U.S. citizen, you could be deported?
I am a U.S.
All right, I believe you. I just have to ask everyone that because if you weren't, I wouldn't know.
Okay.
All right, ma'am, at this time, how do you wish to plead to the charge of no valid driver's license? I'll accept your plea. I find it's freely and voluntarily made. I'll adjudicate you guilty, give you credit for the 2 days you've been in custody. I have to order that you pay court costs. I'll give you a year to pay those. Good luck.
Thank you.
You have 30 days to appeal in writing.
Your Honor, Mr. Gene Halls, Iveen, surety bond.
Okay.
Robert Smith is medical, Your Honor.
21 CT 1085 and 1086. Ms. George, I'll appoint your office.
Wemsley.
Your Honor, he would likely qualify for pretrial diversion, so I'll just ask that he be able to be at least screened for pretrial release.
We won't be able to interview.
Oh, because of that. So I'd ask that he be brought back tomorrow, since there is an offer, Your Honor, and I believe he does have a bond on there, correct, Your Honor?
I thought you said that he qualifies for pretrial diversion.
He does, but sometimes if they're not able to post bond, then they would like to accept the offer. I would like to at least relay that to him, that there is a withhold credit time served if he can't afford to pay it.
I don't think he'll be back tomorrow either.
Okay, well then
Oh,
I'll
he's
waive
in
the appearance,
quarantine?
since he won't be back.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll waive the appearance, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. There is probable cause. I'll stay the bond at 500 and 100. Can't drive without a valid Florida license. Yes. Right, same thing. Yes. Please tell me your name.
Alan Walmsley.
21 CT 7068. You're here charged with driving under the influence with a balance greater than .15. I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you in this case. There is probable cause. Your bond will be $1,000. You cannot drive without a valid Florida license. You can't possess or consume any alcoholic beverages or any controlled substance without a valid prescription. At this time, I'm revoking your bond in 20 CT 6599. Good luck, sir. I'm sorry, what?
Sorry, does that mean I can bond out or I don't have a bond?
You can bond on the DUI, but you cannot bond out on the other charge. I've revoked that bond at this time.
And Your Honor, can you appoint, I'm not sure if he has an attorney appointed, so if not, can you appoint us? If he does not have an attorney appointed.
May I ask the reason for that? Because it was dropped down to a ticket, and I was actually supposed to be in court for that today. Is there a video hearing?
When you're out on bond for a criminal offense and you get arrested for a new criminal offense, often the judge will revoke that bond because, and in this case, they're directly related. The charge was a careless driving. You were out on bond for that charge when you got arrested for driving under the influence, which is much more dangerous than careless. So that's the reason that I did that. So your attorney's going to have to file a bond motion in front of the trial judge.
Okay.
Good luck, sir.
Your Honor, Kevin Aguila Acosta, refused.
21 CF 13924. I'll find his refusal a willing waiver of his appearance today and appoint your office, Ms. George.
Yes, Your Honor.
There is probable cause. Hold on one second. All right, his bond is $1,500, no return to the scene, no contact with any witnesses in the case. Please tell me your name.
Jaquel Andre.
21 CF 13917. You're here charged with carrying a concealed firearm and loitering or prowling. I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you and ask if she wants to be heard.
Your Honor, I would argue no PC to the loitering and prowling. It appears that the officer stated there was a male across the street that was attempting to burglarize vehicles. So he asked Mr. Royal what he was doing on the property. And after stating that they were there waiting for girls to return, that did not dispel the officer's concerns. However, it does not appear that there's no one saw him pulling on door handles. There was multiple people in the car. I know some of the items from the car was found in the vehicle, but there's no evidence that it was Mr. Andre Durkle.
Jaquel.
Jaquel.
Sorry.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, you're fine. I mean, I see the carrying a concealed firearm, but as far as the loitering and prowling,
Your Honor, Mr. Andre's answer when asked by the officer what he was doing, he stated dumb stuff. over by the apartment complex next to the 7-Eleven, which is where that call came in from. That was his answer. I believe the two other co-defendants had different answers. One that said waiting to meet girls, and I believe one that stated something else along the lines of like just hanging out. Mr. Andre's answer was dump stuff over by the apartment complex next to the 7-Eleven, which is where that burglary to a vehicle call came from. It was also 3:39 a.m., and when asked if they were staying at the hotel, he said no. Law enforcement could see in plain view a loaded pistol magazine behind the front passenger seat, the firearm turned upside down, the buttstock of another firearm, another magazine, and an unloaded firearm, in conjunction with the statements from the defendant that doing dumb stuff over by the apartment complex where that call originated from, and saw him in the original vehicle and then apparently walk towards another Jeep, I believe. For loitering and prowling, state has to prove that it was at a place, time, or in a manner not usual for law-abiding citizens. 3:39 a.m. in a hotel that you are not staying at is not usual for a law-abiding citizen, and that the loitering and prowling was under circumstances that warranted justifiable and reasonable alarm. There was a call for a attempted burglary. When he approached the vehicle, law enforcement saw multiple firearms and firearm parts. And then when asked about it, the defendant said he was doing dumb stuff over near the area where that call originated from. The state would contend that that warrants justifiable and reasonable alarm for safety of persons due to the firearms being located and safety of property due to him saying that he was in the area of where that attempted burglary allegedly occurred.
Again, the firearms, I would argue, has nothing to do with the loitering and prowling, Your Honor. The officer did not see my client pulling on door handles or doing anything to that effect. I would still argue there is no PC for the loitering and prowling. It's to prevent the inception of a crime. And here they're hanging out. I would argue they're hanging out looking for girls.
All right, so it's after 3 o'clock, and it's 3:39 in the morning.
Right.
They're backed into a parking space at a hotel where none of them are guests.
He sees all three in a blue Toyota. He sees two
So wait,
exits.
one exits the driver's seat, then another exits the vehicle. All right, so Mr. Andre is the other one who exits the vehicle, then begin walking toward a black Jeep. That's when law enforcement makes contact with them.
Your Honor,
Don't talk about the facts. I understand, Your Honor.
So
I see. This one's, yeah. So, Your Honor, I'm not sure.
this loitering and prowling has become the bane of our existence here.
Right.
But
I think, I would just ask in this case, I'm not sure if pretrial services could tell me why he doesn't qualify for pretrial release. It's a different situation in this case, Your Honor.
Doesn't he have a Polk case?
Is that why? I don't see it. I'm not. For pretrial, okay, pretrial direct for no valid.
It's another open case.
what's the other open case?
A
No
no
valid
valid
driver's
in Polk.
Oh,
It's just that from my understanding of the loitering and prowling, it was to prevent a crime, but based on the officer watching them walk towards the black Jeep, I guess.
right. That's the only reason I think there might be
This one's
PC.
different.
Right. So just so you know, Mr. Andre, I see you raising your hand. Before you say anything, I want to make sure you understand. First of all, everything you say is being recorded and can be used against you. The only reason we're here today is just to establish whether there was probable cause for your arrest, and I'm going to set your bond conditions. We're not having an evidentiary hearing. But your attorney was raising some questions about whether this lawfully meets the elements for loitering and prowling. So that's why we were having that whole discussion, and that's why she said don't say anything about the facts, because we're having this legal argument with all the attorneys right now. So that's what that was all about.
Yes, ma'am.
However, I do think, based on what I read, there is probable cause here. I'm not telling you the state's going to file this. I don't know if they are. I'm not telling you they can win this at jury trial. I'm just telling you for today, there is probable cause here. So I'm going to give you just a moment to speak with your attorney off the record before you say anything on the record.
Your Honor, I would just ask that you stay the bonds already set on the arrest affidavit. My client states he already had someone coming up to pay that amount. He does not have anything other than the no valid driver's license in his history, so he's been here over a year. So I just ask that you take all of that into consideration and stay the bond.
The only thing I was going to do is treat count 2 as subsidiary and reduce it to 100.
Thank you, Your
Do
Honor.
you not want me to do that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll do that. All right, so your bond on count 1 is $2,500. Your bond on count 2 is $100. With special conditions, you cannot return to this Homewood Suites.
Homewood Suites.
All right, you know where this Homewood Suites is. You can't go back there unless you're a resident.
Oh, can I pay like the 10% of it? Like,
Oh, that's between you and a bondsman.
okay. Thank you.
So it says here that you weren't staying at this hotel, so I'm ordering that you can't go back there.
Like ever again? I'll never go.
Just for now, while this case is pending. You can't have contact with any of the co-defendants in this case. That's Andre Blake and Jakari Royals.
His sister is gonna be the one that's paying my bond.
Well, I don't know about his sister. I'm not telling you you can't have contact with her.
Well, could I get maybe get his sister's number from him before anything?
No, ask your attorney to help you with that, okay? You can't possess a weapon of any kind, firearm or ammunition. Any other conditions the state would request?
No, Your Honor.
All right, good luck, sir.
Can you get his number, the number from him? He should be out there. Jakari Royals.
Okay.
Mr. Luca, you told them about your case?
I did, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
But they're a little backed up, so I have nowhere else to be, so.
Oh, great. Well, you can just hang out with us here then. Please tell me your name.
Bonner.
21 CF 13922. You're here charged with petty theft from a merchant, third or subsequent offense. There is probable cause, and I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Your bond is $1,000. With special conditions, you cannot return to the Walmart at 1700 South Orange Blossom Trail. Do you understand?
Yes.
You can't have contact with any witness in this case. And at this time, I'm revoking your bond in 21 CF 12065. Good luck, sir. Sir, please tell me your name. 21 CF 13932. You're here charged with possession of MDMA. There is probable cause. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Your bond is $1,000. You can't possess or consume any controlled substance without a valid prescription or have contact with any known drug dealers. Do you understand? All right.
And, Your Honor, given that it is a nonviolent offense, I would ask that as opposed to revoking and holding him at no bond, you consider revoking and doubling. It looks like he's out on ROR. I'm not sure if the state filed the information yet.
Probably not because of FDLE.
We have not filed information on that. However, he was just arrested September 30th, so it hasn't even been a month. He was released ROR at IA. He's not entitled to a 33-day motion yet.
Okay.
The judge released some ROR.
Yes.
Is this a drug offense, Your Honor? I would ask that you consider setting a bond then in this case. As
What
opposed
says the state? Oh, sorry. I'm sorry, Ms. George. I didn't mean to cut you off. I thought you were done.
Your Honor, he has, looks like a pretty lengthy possession history, as well as prior VOPs. And given that he was out on bond for MDMA and picked up a new law offense of MDMA in less than a month, state would ask that you revoke. If you're otherwise inclined to set a bond, state would just ask for a bond and to revoke the ROR.
It shows the last conviction was in 2020 for violating probation for possession of cocaine.
On a cocaine. Yes, Your Honor.
Actually, it might have been the sale of cocaine.
Yeah, sure.
All right, sir, I'm going to revoke your bond, but instead of holding you at no bond, I'm going to double that bond, so it'll be $2,000 in that case with the same conditions. You can't possess or consume any controlled substance without a valid prescription or have contact with any known drug dealers. Do you understand?
So it's $2,000 to get out?
It's $2,000 on your out on bond case and $1,000 on your new case. Good luck, sir. Please tell me your name.
Yeah, do not.
21 CF 13928. You're here charged with driving while license revoked as a habitual offender. There is probable cause. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Your bond is $2,500. You can't drive without a valid Florida license. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, I'm revoking your bond in 21 CF 6748 and 21 CF 5568. Good luck, sir. Sir, please tell me your name.
Grant.
You're here in 21 CF 13934, charged with robbery and petty theft. I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you in this case. There is probable cause.
Your Honor, when setting bonds, they would just have you take into account that arguably he also should have been charged with a battery.
I don't know if he has any history. You see, does he have any history? On mine, it doesn't show anything.
I show that he has no history, but he's a violent felony offender of special concern.
He has out-of-state history on the second page.
Okay. Sir, your bond is $10,000 on count one, $1,000 on count two. You can have no contact with the victim or any witness in this case. Do you understand what no contact means?
Could you elaborate, please?
You can't speak to him, you can't send him a text message, you can't send a message through friends or family, you can't contact him on social media, no contact at all.
The driver, correct?
I'm sorry?
The other person that was in this whole situation, that's who you're talking about?
I'm talking about, what's his last name, Miss May? Eddie Rivera.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I believe that was the Lyft driver's name.
I think so. Or Uber. All right, you can't possess a weapon of any kind, firearm, or ammunition. Any other conditions the state would request?
Your Honor, state would request that he can't use Uber.
All right, that's reasonable. At this time, you can't use Uber.
Like my own account?
I'm sorry?
Are you talking about like my own account?
Right, you can't use Uber to go anywhere. You can't summon an Uber to go for a ride.
Not a problem.
All right, good luck, sir. Go ahead, Counselor.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court, Attorney Thomas Luca on behalf of Rodolfo Perez. He is present to my right, court's left. He's in charge in case number, it appears, 2021 CF 13940. Your Honor, I'd be requesting a review and challenge probable cause in this case. It appears that Mr. Perez was a passenger in a vehicle in which a number of contraband items were found. However, none were actually found in his direct control or his person.
All right, thank you, Mr. Luca. What says the state? I'm sorry, and I just want to clarify, are you saying you're challenging probable cause as to all the fentanyl and the firearm and the cannabis?
Actually, Your Honor, as to firearm and firearm and fentanyl,
Okay.
I believe he was stepping on the cannabis. It was on the floorboard.
I believe so too.
So I would be challenging as to the fentanyl and to the, the fentanyl and the firearm that was found in the backseat.
All right, let me ask the state.
Your Honor, yeah, in regards to the cannabis, it was in the front passenger side floorboard where Mr. Perez was located. In regards to the fentanyl, the state would be asking for 24 hours. I don't believe there is a wait in this affidavit. So even if we argue that there was constructive possession, I don't believe we currently could find PC for that anyway. It did say how many pills there were, however, we don't have a weight. And for the trafficking in fentanyl, it has to be over 28 grams when it's charged. And I don't currently see that within this affidavit. So the state's gonna be asking for at least a reset as to count 1. Because we can't get past weight, even if we argue constructive possession here today. That was the state's argument, is constructive possession. He has to be able to exercise dominion and or control. The firearm was located in a backpack in the rear passenger floorboard, which would have been directly behind Mr. Perez. And in the glove box, which would have been immediately in front of Mr. Perez, was a gray plastic bag that contained a clear plastic bag, which had 5 individual clear plastic bags holding several light blue pills marked with an M, which law enforcement recognized to be fentanyl, and I believe field tested positive as fentanyl. So under constructive possession, he did have the ability to exercise dominion and control, as they were directly in front of him and directly behind him. However, I don't believe we can get past the weight as to the trafficking, as it's not present within this affidavit.
I think you're right about that. What do you think, Mr. Luca?
Your Honor, again, I'm not even challenging the weight. I didn't even bring that up because I don't want to put my client in a position where we're trying to argue, well, he may have been in possession of some amount, but we don't know what that amount was. The facts of the matter, the facts within the 4 corners of the affidavit are that, as the state pointed out, the narcotics in question, the fentanyl, were in a glove box in a vehicle that Mr. Perez was not driving and did not own. The backpack, the gun was found in a backpack, a closed backpack, in the passenger seat, in the back rear passenger floorboard. Again, not in Mr. Perez's control, and there was no evidence in that backpack that would lead anyone to believe that Mr. Perez knew or should have known that the firearm was there. Regardless, Your Honor, again, I know that technically, it's not technically. Technically, in order to prove constructive possession, it's either knew or should have known that the narcotics or contraband was present. And since neither one of these were in open view, and one was in a closed glove box and one was in a closed backpack in the back seat, constructive possession fails as to that as well.
Your Honor, however, the backpack did have Perez's identification card. Both co-defendants have the same last name. It doesn't distinguish if it's Edwin or Rodolfo.
That was my question, because it says a wallet with Perez's identification card, but it doesn't identify which Perez. However, it's in the section where the officer is talking to Edwin Perez, and then he turns to Rodolfo Perez, but I'm not really sure whose identification was in that backpack.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna give the state 24 hours because the weight is not here, and I don't think it's clear which Perez's identification is in that backpack, since they're both Perez. So you may have a very compelling argument, Mr. Luca, if the other Perez's identification is in the backpack, that I think probably helps your argument as to the revolver, or, as to the firearm. And then I had a question about what you're saying sounds right to me. Because the glove box is opaque, he can't see it, so he knew or should have known is kind of the standard. But do you have any case law about that?
Your Honor, honestly, I would have gotten some if unfortunately, these reports would just hit the wire literally on my way to court. So I was just able to print them off and run over
Okay.
here and couldn't see any. In the alternative, would the court be willing to, or would the state be willing to stipulate to a much lower bond if we would waive our probable cause challenge this time?
And let me just tell you while you're thinking about that, Ms. May. So, Mr. Luca, for your benefit, the reason I was asking that about the case law is, the other thing is I'm pulling back the case law about joint constructive possession, and it's in a place that it's readily accessible to him. In fact, it's closer to him than the other guy. So it seems like joint constructive possession, we might have probable cause. But that's why I was asking about the case law, because
Yes,
it
I
probably
understand.
turns on those two issues, right?
Yes, understood.
Your Honor, given, I believe the firearm is the issue that we have with which Perez
That one it is.
is it? And I believe the bond is reasonable on that. They would just ask for a reset at this time, Your Honor.
Well, let me ask you, Mr. Luca, when you say a much more reasonable bond, what did the defense have in mind?
$10,000, Your Honor?
Ms. May, would the state agree to that?
On the trafficking, Your Honor?
Yes.
No, Your Honor.
All right. Give me one moment. I'm going to do something quickly. I'm pulling up the affidavit in the other Perez case just to see if there's any details in that one that weren't in this one.
They're the exact same, Your Honor.
Okay, so it doesn't have the weight in that either?
No, Your Honor.
Again,
They're the
it's the
same.
exact same arrest affidavit for both individuals, which also is troubling for my client, Mr. Rodolfo Perez, and Edward.
I had to read it twice before court because both defendants are Perez, and throughout it, the officer refers to Perez. So I literally read this one twice just to make sure I understood what I was reading. All right, so I think the state is entitled to request 24 hours. I'm going to give them the 24 hours, Mr. Luca. But for your benefit, depending on what you want to do tomorrow, I'll be the judge here tomorrow as well. And you can also appear online if you want. You can come back tomorrow if you want, or you can appear online. I want you to have both options just so you don't have to come back twice. Unless you want to. We're going to be here, so we don't mind if you come too.
I understand, Your Honor. I'm just trying to get my client out of custody as quickly as possible.
I understand. I think because the state won't agree to the bond, I'm not going to set it that low either. I'm going to give them the 24 hours to get the weight. But that also gives you time if you want to pull any case law that you want. I'm sorry? This is Rodolfo. Right, see the Perez, we got to make sure we got him straight.
This is Rodolfo Perez.
Right, this is Rodolfo. And that is your name, right, sir?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Just making sure. All right, I'm going to give the state 24 hours on this. Yes. Well, yes, all counts. Just let us know, Mr. Luca, if you want to appear virtually. My JA can send you the link, and then you don't have to come, but if you want to, you're welcome.
Thank you, Your Honor. What time, so it's going to be 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon as well?
Yes,
sometime?
yes.
That's fine, Your Honor. I should be available. I think I just have a 9 o'clock in Bushnell tomorrow morning, but after that, I'm available.
All right, well, if you get here sooner, and we can always do them sooner when you're here. I don't want you to, you don't have to wait. So So just let us know if you get here sooner.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We can bring him in. Okay. All right, thanks, sir. And did you already file a notice of appearance in that
I
case?
have not filed anything, Your Honor. Like I said, I was just called at about noon today
Okay,
and asked to step in by another attorney from South Florida who may or may not be taking over the case, and I may be taking over the case. Because there's also his brother, who is now present, who I'm also entering a limited notice of appearance of today, for the purposes of just the bond hearing and first appearance. But there will be a conflict because, as the court pointed out, they're both charged with the same exact crimes. So
right.
it's almost impossible to waive conflict in this case. So he's got, one or both of them are going to get different attorneys, obviously.
All right, so this is Edwin Perez?
This is Edwin Perez. For the purposes of first appearance, we are not challenging probable cause as to Edwin Perez.
All right,
However, Your Honor, we would be requesting that his bond be lowered at this time, something more reasonable. I believe the bond schedule has it at $200,000 and a maximum of $1 million. Excuse me, actually, it's $100,000.
it's 100,000.
But somehow he's at $1 million. We'd ask that it be reduced to $100,000.
Wasn't it 100,000 in the Rodolfo Perez?
No, it was $1 million in Rodolfo as well.
It was $1 million in that one too?
$1 million in both.
Oh, it is $1 million, you're right. Oh, well, hold on, then we might have to bring him back. Because I'll set it at, isn't it 100,000 is the typical?
I'm double checking. Due to the amount that it's 28 grams, I'm not sure. I believe 4 is 50. So I don't know if 28 is only 100,000.
All right, let me look at this really quickly. And in Edwin Perez, it's 21 CF 13939.
Yes, Your Honor. For the record, I'm looking at the bond schedule, Orange County Administrative Order, page 44 of 59. I don't know if that helps the state and the court.
Yes, thank you. And while the court does not strictly adhere to a bond schedule, I do use it as a guide among other things that I consider, so I definitely want to consider it.
In the trafficking section, I don't see fentanyl specifically named. We have cannabis, cocaine,
Under,
morphine, opium, oxycodone, hydrocodone, hydromorphine, heroin, psilocybin, methaqualone, amphetamine, methamphetamine, ketamine, GHB.
that's it.
135. Oh, that's not at the grams of fentanyl. Non-trafficking section.
It's less than 14. Hold on a second. It's greater than 28 grams? Well,
I'm not sure, Your Honor. The statute just says like the min-man of 25 years and the fine of 500,000.
Well, I'm looking at our administrative bond schedule, and,
It doesn't list fentanyl.
right, but if you look at other drugs, so anything from cocaine to hydrocodone to morphine to oxycodone to heroin, hydrocodone,
Your Honor,
they're all between $50,000 and $250,000 for this weight.
yes. However, fentanyl is treated differently as being a high potency narcotic, which is different than cocaine or cannabis or hydrocodone. For the morphine, opium, oxycodone, hydrocodone, that section, the 28 grams, up to 28 grams is 200,000 to 400,000. Above 28 grams is $1 million to $1.5 million. That's the one that most aligns with the amount that is listed.
What's the subsection?
The 893, 135, 1C, it's on, I have it on page 51 of the one I'm looking at. It's the drugs, morphine, opium, oxycodone, hydrocodone, hydromorphine, and heroin. The gram amount most clearly aligns compared to a lot of the others. Or fentanyl often is treated differently due to being a high potency narcotic.
All right, let me look at one more thing. All right. There is probable cause for counts 2 and 3. I'm going to give the state 24 hours on count 1 because we still don't have the weight. And that'll determine whether we'll reduce that bond. I'm sorry, Counselor.
All right, Your Honor.
I don't feel comfortable reducing it without that. So we'll see everybody back here tomorrow on this one as well.
Okay.
All right, thanks for coming, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, and actually on that last one, don't say probable cause is not found because I'm not saying that. I just don't ever say that. Say that. We're bringing him back on all 3, but there is probable cause on 2. No, not on this one. It's all coming back, but just, yeah, don't say no probable cause found. But in this one, yep, that's, just leave it there. Just like that. Staying that. I'm staying them all right now.
I didn't.
I mean, technically, they could bond out tonight if they wanted to pay that bond. Yes, stay it. Yes, both. Sorry.
All right, Mr. Reynolds, Your Honor, is mental health.
21 CF 13923. I'm going to appoint your office, Ms. George.
I'll waive the appearance, Your Honor.
All right, there is probable cause. Bond is 5,000 on count 1, 100 on count 2, 100 on count 3. No contact with any victim or witness, no return, no weapons, firearms, or ammunition. 5,000?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I also didn't catch that. I thought we were on another one. You said 5,000.
100 and 100.
Okay, thank you.
Please tell me your name.
Akari Royals.
21 CF 13916. You're here charged with carrying a concealed firearm and loitering or prowling. I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you. Ms. George, this is the co-defendant to the earlier case where we had that sort of lengthy discussion.
Yes, Your Honor, no arguments.
Okay, I'm just making sure.
Yes.
All right, there is probable cause. Hold on one moment. What's the bond on count 1 in Royals? Royals? Okay, I'm gonna stay that. All right, sir, your bond is $2,500 on count 1, $100 on count 2. You can have no contact with the co-defendants in this case. You can't return to the scene for any reason. You can't possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good luck, sir.
I'm sorry, you said 2,500, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay.
And 100.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good luck, sir.
Okay, that's what I'm going. Okay, perfect.
Please tell me your name.
Melissa Scott.
21 CF 13900. You're here charged with possession of MDMA. There is probable cause. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Your bond is $1,000. You can't possess or consume any controlled substance without a valid prescription or have contact with any known drug dealers. Do you understand?
I understand.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Please tell me. Oh. Please tell me your name.
Luan Jamil Rodriguez Torres.
21 CF 13929. You're here charged with aggravated assault with a firearm. There is probable cause, and I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Give me one moment. Your bond is $25,000. You can have no contact with the victim or any witness in this case. Do you understand what no contact means?
Yes, but who are the witnesses?
Who is this?
Because then my wife would be a witness.
She might be.
Luan.
Oh, I don't have the last page of the report.
And yeah, so.
I don't have the witness list.
I don't know. The wife's,
All that's listed
yeah.
is Miss Venus Rodriguez.
So, Your Honor, I'd ask that you consider reducing the bond amount. When I read the arrest affidavit, it appears the wife stepped in between. My client did leave, and the alleged victim followed him. And if you read the arrest report, he stated he was afraid, and he pulled out the gun. So I'd ask that you consider reducing his bond amount. I see he's a military vet. He's employed full-time. No convictions here. In Florida, it looks like some, I don't know what that is, FBI arrest, but I don't see any convictions listed on here.
I see arrests for indecent exposure, abusive sexual contact ×2, and burglary.
Correct.
But I
no
don't see convictions.
Correct, Your Honor. 0 failures to appear. Looks like he was recently discharged from the Air Force. He was in the Air Force and he got out in February. So I just ask that you take all of that into consideration.
So I'm going to reread this then. Give me a moment.
Suspension.
All right. So some of the reasons the court set the bond so high, one, there was a child who was a victim of the aggravated assault with a firearm. Two, because of the FBI arrest history, it looks like he has limited ties to this area. Also, his ties could not be verified.
I believe there's also cooperating photos, Your Honor.
There is, and not only does the adult victim of the aggravated assault tell one story, the child victim corroborates that. Your client is the one who says he was afraid and that's why he pulled a gun out.
Right, Your Honor. He was followed, if I'm not.
Well, that's what he says. They don't say that though. So it's a he said, she said thing.
Correct,
right?
Your Honor.
So I don't know what the truth is, but I know he's the one who had a gun that he pointed at a small child. That's concerning to the court. Does the state have any input on bond?
Your Honor, the concerns that you've expressed are the same ones that I'm concerned about. In regards to community ties, which you brought up, the child, the cooperating photos, and that a firearm was pointed in the direction of the victim and the child. However, I'll leave it within your discretion. I understand he has limited criminal history, and I don't know the outcomes of those, so I don't have access to his NCIC. However, I'll leave it within your discretion, but all the concerns that you've communicated are also the concerns of the state.
But I'll grant your request, Counselor. I'll reduce the bond to $15,000. Still no contact with the two victims in the case, Venus and her daughter.
Thank you.
No contact with well, I don't have their names. Do you live at 544 Park Tree Terrace, Unit 212?
I do not.
You can't return there for any reason? You can't possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition? You can't have any unsupervised contact with any minor child under the age of 18? You must comply with any plans set in place by DCF? Any other conditions the state would request?
Your Honor, did you order no contact with the witnesses or just the victims?
Well, I said the victims and the witnesses, but I don't have a witness list, so I don't see any other names listed.
The only other witness, Your Honor, I believe is potentially the defendant's wife. The defendant advised that he went to 544 Park Tree Terrace due to his wife asking him to, and his wife's sister and
Well, I can say no contact with the mother. That's who lives at 544 Park Tree Terrace. You can't have contact with her. And she's a witness. Do you see any other witnesses?
the wife and mother is it, Your Honor? Yeah.
Where's the wife?
Just that she apparently told him to go. Stated that his wife told him to remove himself from the situation. He began to leave the scene. His wife asked him to go to 544 Park Tree Terrace. It's on the last, what I'm reading from is the last page of the affidavit.
It also says they're separated.
The victim,
The defendant and his wife.
the victim said testimony that they were separated and there's been prior abuse.
All right, I'll order no contact with any witness, which includes your wife at this time. Your, I don't know, wife.
My wife. We're still married.
Okay, so you can't have contact with her at this time. So your attorney's gonna have to file a motion in front of the trial judge to get that changed. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good luck, sir. Please tell me your name. 21 CF 13931. You're here charged with possession of cocaine. There is probable cause. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Your bond is $1,000. You can't possess or consume any controlled substance without a valid prescription or have contact with any known drug dealers. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good luck.
Can you tell me can you see if her bond was posted? No, they're gonna have to repost it probably because of the name issue or the mail issue. What?
I have a bunch that we passed and nobody said anything about, so. What happened to Freddie Thomas?
He bonded.
These might all be Spanish then. I don't know. Well, that's not, is that Spanish? It says Spanish on mine. That's a very Hispanic name.
We have three, I believe, Patricio, Guerrero, and Lopez.
So what happened with Hernandez Lafita?
I'm not sure, Your Honor.
That's what I said.
What's the booking number here?
You should. They'll let you use it downstairs. You're welcome.
Bonded.
Okay.
Yeah, I couldn't.
All right, are you ready for the Spanish?
I'll do that.
Yes, Judge.
I'm asking them because they got to go get them. I don't see any defendants.
Yes, we're ready, Your Honor.
All right. I can't get an interpreter to pick up. Okay. Let's do the two 33-day motions we still have from this morning while we give the interpreters a few minutes. You can just give them, just in a minute, we'll call them back up.
Ms. George also has a case she's gonna call.
Okay.
I believe we still have Jason Mojica Rivera,
Yes.
21 CF 12571. I believe Ms. George had a new order.
New motion?
Or motion order, either.
All right, well, let's do the other one then.
Can I approach her?
Oh, yes. Thank you. I do.
It should be granted, the state filed a notice of non-filing.
Okay.
The other one you should have is Jamion Brown, 21 CF 12629. Granted, state filed a notice of non-filing. I know.
This is attempted first-degree murder of a law enforcement officer.
Yes.
And the state wants the court to release him on his own recognizance because the state can't make a filing decision in how long?
I spoke to the ASA that's assigned to the case, as well as our violent crime unit supervisor, who are both looking over this case. We apparently had something going on with FDLE, which is why we're not able to do that.
Do you have a copy of the motion, the notice that the state filed?
Yes, Your Honor.
So I'll use that. Why?
May I approach?
Yes, please. You're kidding, right? We're gonna come back to that after I see if I can get an interpreter.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. This is Laura Royal, State Certified Interpreter and previously sworn.
Good afternoon. Please connect to the headset.
Yes, Your Honor. 1 second, please. Connection is established.
Please tell me your name.
Mi nombre es Rufino Patricio Gavino. Rufino.
Patricio Rosino?
Patricio Gavino.
I'm sorry, Patricio Gadino.
Yes.
Sir, you're here in 21 MM 7547, charged with trespass on property after warning. There is probable cause. Was there an offer?
Yes, Your Honor. The state's offering a withhold of adjudication, credit time served, and no return. I did speak to Mr. Petrino.
Sí.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry, it was an adjudication. He doesn't have anything but.
He has a no valid, yeah.
No, yo no he tenido carro. No, licencia.
I don't have a car.
Your Honor, I did speak to Mr. Petrino. We went over all the rights we would be giving up.
Sí.
He understands those rights.
Sí.
However, when I made the offer, I said a withhold. The state's offering an adjudication. However, I would ask that, due to the bench, that you consider a withhold. All he has in his history is in operating a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. Since 2004, he has no other criminal history. And he has not driven since.
No.
And you also discussed with him if he's not a United States citizen, he could be deported.
I did, Your Honor. I went over everything with him, and he wanted to accept the offer today. I discussed pretrial diversion, but he can't afford to pay a monetary bond at this time.
All right, sir, please raise your right hand to be sworn.
Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Sí, honestamente Dios, sí.
Yes.
All right, sir, you had the opportunity to discuss with an attorney the rights that you'd be giving up if you enter a plea of guilty or no contest. Do you understand those rights?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you have any questions for me about them?
La verdad, pues gracias y pido disculpas por el error que cometí.
Honestly, I'd just like to say thank you and apologize for the mistake that I made.
All right, sir, I appreciate that. But I want to make sure that you understand that you're giving up your right to remain silent, your right to a jury trial when one is required, your right to testify on your own behalf and present any defenses you have. We will not have a trial here. I'm going to sentence you today.
So me tengo que quedar entonces.
So that means I have to stay in here?
No. I'll give you credit for the time that you've served, but I just want to make sure that you understand all those rights that you're giving up. And you understand if you're not a U.S. citizen, you can be deported.
Sí.
Yes.
You understand if you're on probation anywhere, this plea could violate that probation.
Sí.
Yes.
All right, sir, thank you. At this time, how do you wish to plead a trespass on property after warning?
Yes.
How do you wish to plead? You can plead guilty or no contest.
Yo no sé esto.
I don't know anything about that.
All right, so if you enter a plea of guilty, you're admitting that you're guilty of the charge. If you want to enter a plea of no contest, you're telling the court that you think it's in your best interest to enter a plea today. So you can plead guilty, no contest, or not guilty.
Vale.
Guilty.
I'll accept your plea. I find it's freely and voluntarily made. I'll withhold adjudication, give you credit for the 2 days you've been in custody. I have to order that you pay court costs. I'll give you a year to pay that. I'll order you're not allowed to return to this scene for any reason. All right, good luck, sir. You have 30 days to appeal in writing.
Your Honor, Mr. Guerrero Roberto bonded.
Thank you.
Jorge bonded.
Sir, please tell me your name.
Edgar Lopez. Edgar Lopez.
Edgar Lopez.
21 CT 7069 and 21 CF 13908. Sir, you're here charged with possession of cocaine and no valid driver's license. There is probable cause. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Your bond on the cocaine is $1,000 with special conditions. You can't possess or consume any controlled substance without a valid prescription or have contact with any known drug dealers. Your bond on the no valid driver's license is $500 with special conditions. You can't drive without a valid Florida license. Do you understand? You have to answer out loud.
Sí.
Yes.
All right, good luck, sir. Hold on one second. That's all we have for the interpreter at this time. Thank you.
You're welcome, Your Honor. The interpreter will disconnect.
Yes. One moment. Yes, yes, because I can't grab that motion. It has to be that one.
Your Honor, I wanted to recall Wamsley Allen. He was in the traffic section. I don't have the court case on my face sheet, but he was here for a driving while license suspended, and he was.
And approaching, Your Honor.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Your Honor. This is Laura Bretaña, Spanish interpreter, previously sworn.
Good afternoon. This is Judge Schreiber, and the first case I am calling is the case of Luis Vial, V-I-A-L. All right. Sir, I'm appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent you.
Señor, se designa la oficina del abogado de oficio para que les represente.
You are charged with
A usted se le acusa
battery, domestic in nature.
de agresión física por violencia doméstica.
I've reviewed the charging affidavit and I do find probable cause for the charges.
He repasado el documento acusatorio y determino que existen indicios de criminalidad para la acusación.
Officer Hill, have you had any contact with the alleged victim?
Licenciado Gil, ¿ha tenido contacto con la supuesta víctima?
No, Your Honor, because it is an Orange County case. We did not attempt to contact the victim and we did not run history.
No, su señoría, porque como este caso es del condado de Orange, nosotros no intentamos ponernos en comunicación con la víctima.
Your Honor, I don't have a complete history, but I do know that there was a somewhat similar incident. There's a non-arrest case in Orange County, 21 NM 4933, in which the victim's daughter called law enforcement. That was from September 30th.
Su señoría, yo no tengo el historial completo, pero tengo entendido que hay un caso similar en el condado de Orange, el caso número 21 MM 4933, y en este caso fue la hija de la supuesta víctima quien llamó a las autoridades en septiembre del 2021.
Same victim, Your Honor. No arrest was made at that time.
La misma víctima, su señoría, y no se efectuó el arresto en aquel momento.
Thank you, and I find the facts of as set forth in the charging affidavit particularly troubling.
Gracias, yo encuentro que los hechos que se relatan en el documento acusatorio son particularmente perturbadores.
Bond is set at $2,500 with pretrial release.
Se fija fianza en la cantidad de $2,500 con supervisión del programa de libertad provisional.
You're to have no contact with the alleged victim.
Se le prohíbe todo tipo de contacto con la supuesta víctima.
You may return on a one-time basis to the residence if you share a common residence in the presence of law enforcement in order to retrieve your personal possessions.
Si ustedes conviven, se le permitirá presentarse al lugar de los incidentes en una ocasión acompañado de las autoridades para recoger sus pertenencias.
You are to surrender any firearms within your possession and within 24 hours of your release.
Si usted tiene algún arma de fuego en su posesión, tendrá que entregarla a las autoridades en un plazo de 24 horas luego de ser puesto en libertad.
And you're to possess no weapons or firearms as a condition of your release.
Y como una condición de su puesta en libertad, se le prohíbe la tenencia de todo tipo de armas y armas de fuego.
Your Honor? Yes. As it is an Orange County case, Osceola County pretrial release would not be able to supervise his case. So are you ordering the case to be supervised by Orange County?
Su señoría, como este caso es del condado de Orange, el programa de libertad provisional de Osceola no podrá supervisarle. ¿Está usted ordenando que le supervise el programa de libertad provisional de Orange?
Yes, I am. So let's have him supervised by Orange County pretrial release.
Sí, así le estoy haciendo, así que entonces le supervisará el programa de libertad provisional del condado de Orange.
And you're to maintain separate residences.
Y se les prohíbe la convivencia.
That is all, sir. Thank you.
Eso es todo, señor.
Thank you, Officer Hill. Is Enrique Beauchamp Rodriguez also a Spanish interpreter case?
Yes, Your Honor. We have Mr. Enrique Rodriguez first, and then Mr. Brian Mendez is the other one.
Brian Mendez. Thank you. Did you find Brian Mendez first? All right, Mr. Rodriguez, I'm appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent you.
Muy bien, señor Rodríguez, se designa a la oficina del abogado de oficio para que les represente.
You're charged with one count of battery, unlawful touching or striking, domestic in nature.
Se le acusa de un cargo de agresión física, golpe o tocar de manera ilegal por violencia doméstica.
I reviewed the charging affidavit and I find probable cause for the charge.
Habiendo repasado el documento acusatorio, determinó que existen indicios de criminalidad para la acusación.
Bond is set at $1,000 with pretrial release.
Se fija fianza en la cantidad de $1,000 con supervisión del programa de libertad provisional.
I have a note indicating that the alleged victim would like contact with Mr. Rodriguez. Is that correct, Officer Hill?
Tengo aquí una nota que dice que la presunta víctima desea tener contacto con el señor Rodríguez. Señora Gil, ¿es eso correcto?
Yes, Your Honor, my colleague spoke with the alleged victim, and the alleged victim is requesting no hostile contact and would like him to return.
Sí, su señoría, mi colega conversó con la presunta víctima y ella está solicitando que se le conceda contacto sin hostilidad y que se le permita regresar.
Your Honor, may I be heard on that issue?
You may.
Thank you, Judge.
Señoría, ¿me permite expresarme en cuanto a ese asunto? Sí.
Your Honor, I will note, pursuant to Florida Statute 741.2901, there is certain information that should come before the court in domestic violence cases.
Sí, su señoría, según los estatutos de la Florida, en particular el 741.201, hay cierta información que debe escuchar el juzgado en los casos de violencia doméstica.
Included among those are any open or arrest cases for domestic violence with the same or different victims.
Entre ellos, información acerca de casos que estén pendientes o arrestos que hayan sido relacionados a violencia doméstica, ya sean estos con la misma víctima o otra víctima.
I will note that since 2019, there have been 5 domestic violence cases in Orange County involving the same victim and same defendant.
Quiero hacer constar que desde el 2019 han habido 5 casos de violencia doméstica en el condado de Orange que involucran al mismo acusado y a la misma víctima.
As well as one additional one in in Osceola County. It's 2021 MM2495.
Al igual que uno en el condado de Osceola, el 2021 MM2495.
All of those cases have been no-billed and we have not proceeded forward with the prosecution of any of those cases, but all of them have involved the same victim.
Todos estos casos han sido retirados, no se ha presentado una acusación formal en los mismos, pero todos los casos han sido con la misma víctima.
And, Your Honor, I would like to add that in January 2020, he was arrested for battery domestic out of Orange County with the same victim. He was adjudication withheld and sentenced to 12 months probation, and he violated that probation in August 2020.
Su señoría, quiero dejarle saber que en enero del 2020 él fue puesto bajo arresto en el condado de Orange por agresión física por violencia doméstica. En ese caso se impuso dictamen de culpabilidad en suspensión y se le ordenó que participase de 12 meses del régimen de libertad vigilada, con el cual incumplió en agosto del 2020.
Thank you, folks. Does the defense care to be heard on the issue of contact only?
Gracias. ¿Desea expresarse la defensa en cuanto al asunto de contacto solamente?
Your Honor, we would just be requesting no hostile contact in line with the wishes of the victim if that's what she was requesting. Because, well, as was just stated, all cases except one were no billed and the victim is requesting it.
Su señoría, nosotros solamente estamos solicitando que se le permita el contacto sin hostilidades para estar de acuerdo con los deseos de la víctima, y quiero hacer notar que de todos los casos, todos fueron retirados con excepción de uno.
I'm going to order that there be no hostile contact between Mr. Rodriguez and the alleged victim in this case.
Ordeno que se prohíbe el contacto, o sea, que el contacto que se va a permitir entre ellos tiene que ser sin hostilidades entre el señor Rodríguez y la presunta víctima.
Sir, let me explain what hostile contact means.
Señor, permítame explicarle qué es lo que significa contacto sin hostilidad.
In addition to physical contact of any type, any hostile type, it includes yelling, screaming, fighting, pushing, sending threats via electronic means. So if you yell at her all in caps from a different location, that is included within the definition of hostile contact.
El contacto físico hostil obviamente está incluido, pero además de eso, contacto hostil sería gritarle, pelear con ella, empujarla, amenazarla, inclusive amenazarla a través de medios electrónicos. Por ejemplo, si usted le grita utilizando todas las letras mayúsculas en un medio electrónico, eso constituye contacto hostil.
I am also ordering in this case that you are to relinquish any weapons or firearms in your possession within 24 hours of your release.
También le ordeno que entregue en un plazo de 24 horas de ser puesto en libertad todas las armas y armas de fuego que usted tenga.
You're to possess no weapons or firearms as a condition of your release.
Como condición de su puesta en libertad se le prohíbe la tenencia de todo tipo de armas y armas de fuego.
And because it appears that alcohol was a significant contributor to the incident, I'm ordering that you're to have no alcohol or illegal drugs.
Y como parece ser que el alcohol fue o contribuyó a este incidente, se le prohíbe el consumo de todo tipo de alcohol y drogas ilegales.
In addition to not ingesting or drinking any alcohol or illegal drugs, I am ordering random urinalysis as to the alcohol only on a twice a month basis.
Además de prohibirle ingerir o consumir bebidas alcohólicas o drogas ilegales, le ordeno que se someta a pruebas o urinálisis aleatorios solamente para detectar alcohol a razón de 2 al mes.
So yell at the victim, go to jail. Drink alcohol, go to jail.
Así que entonces, si le grita a usted a la víctima, irá a la cárcel. Si toma alcohol, irá a la cárcel.
You may be seated.
Puede tomar asiento.
Is there another one? Brian Mendez.
President of Virginia.
Mr. Mendez, I'm appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent you.
Señor Méndez, designo la oficina del abogado de oficio para que les represente.
You're charged with one count of battery, unlawful touching or striking.
Usted fue acusado de un cargo de agresión física, golpe o toque ilegal.
Domestic in nature.
De naturaleza doméstica.
I've reviewed the charging affidavit. I do find probable cause for the charge.
Habiendo repasado el documento acusatorio, determino que existen indicios de criminalidad para la acusación.
State any history in this case.
Fiscalía, ¿hay algún antecedente en este caso?
Your Honor, he has no Florida history. He had a duelis in February 2018 out of Tennessee. Unknown disposition, nothing further.
Okay.
Su señoría, no en el estado de la Florida, en Tennessee, tuvo una acusación de conducir con la licencia suspendida en el 2018.
So I am setting your bond at $1,000 with PTR.
Se concede fianza en la cantidad de $1,000 con la supervisión de libertad provisional.
You're to possess no weapons or firearms and relinquish any such firearms within 24 hours of your release.
Se le prohíbe la tenencia de todo tipo de armas y armas de fuego. De tener alguna arma de fuego, tendrá que entregarla a las autoridades en un plazo de 24 horas luego de ser puesto en libertad.
And I'm ordering no hostile contact with the alleged victim in this case.
Y se prohíbe el contacto hostil entre usted y la víctima.
You may be seated.
Puede tomar asiento.
Your Honor, will you be ordering no alcohol in this case as well?
Su señoría, en este caso, ¿estaría prohibiendo también el consumo de alcohol?
I did not recall reading that alcohol was a factor in this scenario.
Yo no recuerdo haber leído que el alcohol haya sido un factor en este incidente.
I believe on the first page.
Father was drinking.
Different.
Creo que en la primera página
The father was
different
drinking,
person
not,
drinking.
not the boyfriend.
era
Not
otra
the
persona la
husband.
que estaba tomando.
Mr. Mendez is the husband, as I understand it, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
El señor
I am
Méndez
not.
es el esposo, según lo tengo entendido, ¿correcto? Sí.
Thank you, Your Honor, I misread.
I'm not ordering that in this case.
No lo voy a ordenar. Gracias, su señoría. Disculpe, fue que lo leí mal.
Madam Interpreter, would you please announce the following?
Yes.
If there is anyone who has need of a Spanish interpreter today, please raise your hand at this time.
Si alguna de las personas que permanecen en la sala necesita los servicios del intérprete al español, por favor, levante la mano.
Your Honor, we have one more, Mr. Vega.
Where is he on the list?
He's in the case.
All right,
We'll have a document as part of this, Your Honor.
thank you.
Ms. Vega Herrera.
Yes.
All right. Joselito Vega Herrera. All right. Sir, I'm appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent you.
Señor, se designa la oficina del abogado de oficio para que les represente.
You are currently charged with one count of battery domestic in nature.
A usted se le acusa de un cargo de agresión física por violencia doméstica.
Counsel, what's your PC argument?
Licenciado, ¿qué es lo que usted desea argumentar?
In reading the arrest affidavit, I see no probable cause for the domestic nature of the charge. Mr. Vega and the alleged victim were not in a relationship at the time. It even says ex-boyfriend and ex-girlfriend, and they were maintaining separate residence, not living as a family unit.
Su señoría, he repasado el documento acusatorio y no considero que existan indicios de criminalidad para que el cargo sea de naturaleza doméstica, ya que el señor Vega no está en una relación con la presunta víctima. En el documento dice que son expareja y ahora mismo no conviven como si fuesen una familia.
State response.
La respuesta de la fiscalía.
Your Honor, I note that the third paragraph on page 3 of 3 says that the victim and Joselito have been in an intimate relationship for 5 years and have lived under the same roof for the same amount of time.
Su señoría, quiero hacer constar que en el tercer párrafo de la página 303 dice que la víctima y Joselito han sido pareja por los últimos 5 años y que han convivido por el mismo plazo de tiempo bajo el mismo techo.
Your Honor, Florida Statute 741.28 defines a family or household member for domestic violence purposes.
Su señoría, el estatuto 7428 de la Florida define un hogar familiar o relación familiar para propósitos de la ley como.
And in subsection 3, it states that family or household members include people who are presently residing together as if a family or who have resided together in the past as if a family.
Y la subsección 3 dice que esto incluye a personas que en el momento conviven en la misma casa como si fueran familia o que en el pasado lo habían hecho de esa manera.
It is the state's position that having lived together for 5 years in an intimate relationship during that time would constitute having previously lived together as a family unit.
Y es la postura de la Fiscalía que el haber convivido de manera íntima por un plazo de 5 años cumple con este requisito de que hayan convivido como familia.
Mr. Mancini?
Licenciado Mancini.
just reiterate, Your Honor, that at the time it was described as the victim herself, that it was an ex-boyfriend, and there was not an intimate relationship at the time described.
Su señoría, yo meramente deseo reiterar que en el momento la víctima misma dijo que era el exnovio y que no había relación entre ellos.
I am going to find that there is probable cause for the charge based upon the statute cited by the state.
Determinó que existen indicios de criminalidad para la acusación basándome en la ley citada por la Fiscalía.
I'm going to order that bond be set at $1,000 with PTR.
Se fija fianza en la cantidad de $1,000 con supervisión del programa de libertad provisional.
And there's to be no contact with the alleged victim.
Y se le prohíbe todo tipo de contacto con la presunta víctima.
They don't currently reside together, so I don't need to address that. No, but the no contact's going to remain in play.
Como ellos actualmente no conviven, no tengo que atender ese asunto, así que la orden de prohibición de contacto permanece en vigor.
You may be seated, sir.
Puede tomar asiento, señor.
Were there any other hands raised for the Spanish Interpreter Council?
No, Your Honor. That's
Okay.
all we have.
Then, Madam Interpreter, thank you for your assistance today.
Thank you, Your Honor.
John Hunt.
President approaching, Your Honor.
Mr. Hunt, you're here based upon a warrant out of Lee County, Florida, that was issued for your violation of your probation in the underlying charges of DUI, alcohol, or drugs. That warrant set your bond at $0, no bond. You may be seated. And hello, Ramir Bobbitt.
President approaching, Your Honor.
Sir, you're here based upon a warrant that was issued for violation of your probation. Bond is set at $0, no bond. The specific charges for the violation are leaving your residence without, leaving your county of residence and changing your residence without getting authorization from your probation officer. You may be seated. Carlos Miranda.
President approaching, Your Honor.
All righty. So you're here pursuant to a bench warrant issued by Judge Arendas for failure to appear for your pretrial. Judge Arendas did set your bond at $2,999, where it will remain. You may be seated. Jeffrey Bennett.
Your Honor, Mr. Bennett also has an active warrant in 21 CF 3049 for methamphetamine. I don't know if that warrant has been executed since.
Yes, he was arrested and he bonded out on October 21st. So it hasn't had a chance to get uploaded into the system yet.
Great, thank you. I was just going to ask that it be executed if it hadn't already been.
Thank you.
He bonded out.
Was he arrested in that case
Yeah, Judge.
given a bond prior to this case occurring?
Right, it looks like he bonded out on the 21st in that case, and then this occurred on the 24th.
Okay.
So I would ask that his bond be revoked in that case.
And he's also out on bond on a violation of domestic injunction.
What's the case number, 21MM1259?
That's correct.
Thank you. Let's start by appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. In this case, you are charged with possession of a controlled substance without a prescription. I do find probable cause for the charge. Bond is set at $2,500. However, this charge does revoke your conditions of release in 2 other cases. Accordingly, in 2021 CF 3049, I am revoking your bond. And in 2021 CF 2021 MM 1259, I am also revoking your bond. What was his bond in each of those cases?
$1,000, Your Honor.
For each case?
Yes.
Well, I'm going to set your bonds in each case at 0, no bond at this time, until such time as you're brought before the presiding judge. One of the conditions of your release in each of those cases is that you not pick up any new charges. You violated that condition by being here today. You may be seated. Chastity Cobb.
Your Honor, I believe she is bonded out.
Thank you. Shelby Hester.
President approaching, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I believe this is another case where the defendant was out on bond. I have 21 CF 774 for methamphetamine.
I have that too, thank you. I'm
And she
appointing
is
the
the
office.
co-defendant.
Yes. I'm appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. You are charged with possession of a controlled substance without a prescription and possession and/or use of drug paraphernalia. I've reviewed the charging affidavit. There is probable cause for each of the charges. Bond is set on the felony count at $2,500, on the misdemeanor count at $500. These new charges also revoke the conditions of your release in 2021 CF 0774. You were out on bail in that case. Accordingly, I'm revoking your bail or your bond in that case, setting your bond at 0 until such time as you're brought before the presiding judge in that case. Eddie Houston.
Your Honor, Mr. Houston has 20 CF 3259.
I show that, counsel. Thank you.
Significant charges. I'd ask that the bond be revoked.
Mr. Houston, I'm sorry?
He's out in OR.
What?
The case that he just made.
ROR, yeah. Mr. Houston, I'm appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. You have 2 cases with us today. In the first case, you are charged with operating a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license, attaching a registered license plate not assigned, and misusing misuse of a temporary tag to avoid
registration, Your Honor.
Thank you. I was just trying to get to the end of it here. To avoid registration. In each of those charges, I do find probable cause, and I'm setting your bond at $500 per count. In your second case, you're charged with the following: possession of cocaine, possession of a controlled substance without a prescription, grand theft auto, grand theft of a firearm, possession of a weapon or ammo by a Florida convicted felon, carrying a concealed firearm, and possession or use of drug paraphernalia. I reviewed the charges in the affidavit and find that there is probable cause for each of those charges. Bond is set as following: possession of cocaine, $2,500. Possession of a controlled substance without a prescription, $2,500. Grand theft auto, $2,500. Grand theft of a firearm, $2,500. Possession of weapon or ammunition by a Florida convicted felon, State, I have a question.
Yes, Your Honor.
2020 CF 3259, was one of the conditions of his release that he not possess any weapons or firearms?
Your Honor, he was ROR'd in that case. There was a 33-day motion,
Okay.
and information has not been filed in that case yet.
All right. So the possession of a weapon or ammunition by a Florida convicted felon is $4,000. Carrying a concealed firearm is $1,000. Possession and/or use of drug paraphernalia is $500. Total bond amount is $15,500. Picking up these new charges is a violation of your ROR in 2020 CF 3259. Accordingly, I am revoking your ROR in that case. I'm ordering that you are to be held no bond at this time in that case, which is until such time as you're brought before the presiding judge. All right? I don't know how well it's going to go over, but I'm also going to order that you're to possess no weapons or firearms as a condition of your release in the second case. All right, Rafael Huerta.
President approaching, Your Honor.
And Your Honor, for the record, Mr. Horta has no prior arrest.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the state's going to be asking for either straight PTR or a very minimal bond. Thank you.
So he qualifies direct PTR.
Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Huerta, I'm appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. You're charged with one count of trespass of an occupied structure or conveyance. I've reviewed the charging affidavit. I do find there's probable cause for the charge. You qualify under the charge and under the administrative order for direct PTR, so I'm going to order that you be released under direct PTR. I'm also ordering that you are not to return to the location of the incident, that being the Orlando Grand Resort at 2900 Parkway Boulevard.
Your Honor, may he have a one-time return to collect the belongings that he still has there?
He may, in the presence, one-time return to gather his belongings. It does not need to be in the presence of law enforcement.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Liz Lay Rodriguez.
President approaching, Your Honor.
I'm appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent you in each of these two cases. You're charged with driving on a permanently revoked driver's license and falsely, get to it. Providing false information to a law enforcement officer regarding a missing person or felony.
Judge, The state has a concern with regarding a missing person or felony in this case from a probable cause perspective. I believe there's probable cause for providing false identification to law enforcement, but that's all.
So the rest of it, so would that drop the nature of the charge?
Your Honor, they're both misdemeanors.
Okay. So I do find probable cause for the charge of driving on a permanently revoked driver's license. I also find probable cause for the charge of providing false information to a law enforcement officer. Based upon the state's representation, I do not find it for the specific charge of regarding a missing person or a felony. The driver's license is also a misdemeanor?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. Bond is set at $250 on each charge.
Judge, the first charge is a felony.
Which one?
The driving while license permanently revoked
That's been,
for the case.
oh, okay.
One moment, Your Honor. That should only be a felony if it's her third or subsequent.
She has no prior arrest. I'm not sure if she received prior citations.
It's not charged as a third or subsequent.
I'm looking at the citation now, Judge, to try to figure out whether the correct subsection was listed on it.
Defense, you can jump in anytime.
Your Honor, the information I have is that it was not her third.
She has two prior arrests. One was for a DUI in 2018, which she was convicted of, and then she had a petty theft in May of this year, which is currently open. But I see no arrest for any driving while license suspended.
My apologies, Your Honor. It was charged under Florida Statute 322.341. Because of the permanent revocation, it is a third-degree felony. I apologize, Judge.
All right. So on the one count, okay. On the misdemeanor count, bond is set at $250. On the felony count,
Judge, I suspect that that's why FHP charged it as providing false information regarding a felony, is because it was regarding that driving while license revoked as opposed to driving while license suspended. So I apologize, Judge. I leave it to the court's sound discretion as to whether you want to find probable cause for both.
I will find probable cause for both. Bond is set at $1,000 on the driving on a permanently revoked driver's license, but I'll leave it at $250 on the second count.
Thank you, Judge.
And on the second count, Judge, just for clarification, it is for providing false information to Leo, not for...
No, I'm finding probable cause for the full charge as charged. Providing false information to a Leo regarding a missing person or felony. Given that clarification from the state. You may be seated. Craig McNair.
President approaching, Your Honor.
Mr. McNair, you are charged with one count of battery, simple touching or striking, domestic in nature. I find probable cause for the charge. Bond is set at $1,000 with PTR. You're to have no contact with the alleged victim, no return to the location If you reside together, you may return on a one-time basis in the presence of law enforcement to retrieve your personal possessions. You're to possess no weapons or firearms as a condition of your release. And that is all. You may be seated.
Your Honor, I don't know if it's possible to recall a case. Brian Mendez, it was one of our interpreter cases at the beginning. I just received a text message from one of our victim advocates that the victim in that case is standing by outside and would require an interpreter.
Your Honor, he has already been removed from the chapel. We can attempt to get him back, but it will take some time.
Deputy, did you contact that person out there?
There was only one out there, Your Honor.
For what case?
He's out there. She wasn't out there.
Right.
For what
Out there
case?
now?
Hold
Out there
on,
now.
hold on. For what case?
The one that's out there currently, Judge, is for Stephanie Valentine, or that was previously out there was for Stephanie Valentine. But the victim in Mr. Mendez's case showed up late and was not here when we began initial appearances this morning. Court ordered no hostile contact in that case.
I am not ordering that he be returned, but I will recall the case and bring her in at the end. I'm not going to do it yet, at the end of these cases, all right?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Scott Meevers Schulte. Sir, I'm appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. You are charged with petty theft, first offense. I've reviewed the charging affidavit. I do find probable cause for the charge. I'm ordering that you be released under PTR conditions with the requirement that you are not to return to the Walmart located on North Old Lake Wilson Road. You may sit down. Tokara Miles. I'm appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. You're charged with one count of battery, domestic in nature. I have reviewed the charging affidavit, and I find probable cause for the charge. Bond is set at $1,000 with PTR. You're to have no contact with the alleged victim, no return to the location. If you reside together, you may return on a one-time basis to gather your personal possessions. You may be seated. Simone Modica.
President approaching, Your Honor.
I'm appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. You're charged with one count of battery, unlawful touching or striking, domestic in nature. I've reviewed the charging affidavit. I do find there's probable cause for the charge. Bond is set at $1,000 with PTR. You're to have no contact with the alleged victim, no return to the scene of the occurrence. If you reside together, you may return on a one-time basis in the presence of law enforcement to gather your personal possessions. And as alcohol was allegedly a contributing factor in the incident, I'm ordering that you are to not drink any alcohol, and you'll be subject to random urinalysis through PTR.
Is that alcohol only, Your Honor?
I'm sorry? Alcohol only, yes. Elijah Sanchez. Mr. Sanchez, I'm appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. You're charged with one count of criminal mischief in the amount of $1,000 or more. I reviewed the charging affidavit. I do find probable cause for the charge. However, you do qualify for direct PTR under this Circuit's administrative order, so I'm ordering your release under direct PTR. You are not to return to the hotel where this incident occurred, and
Your Honor, he's requesting a one-time return just to retrieve his belongings that are still there.
he may return on a one-time basis in the presence of law enforcement to retrieve his personal possessions.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm also ordering no alcohol as a condition of your release with random urinalysis for alcohol, since it appears to be a significant contributing factor in this incident. And you may be seated. John Shahid.
Present and approaching, Your Honor.
Your Honor, Mr. Shahid also has 21 CT 1957 open. It's set for trial in January.
21 CT.
CT 1957.
What's the charge in that case?
It's a Dwellis charge, Your Honor. He was not arrested for it. He is not out on bond, but it is open. He received a citation. He also has open cases in Brevard and Seminole, also for Dwellis, also citations only, no arrest.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Shahid, I'm appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. You're charged with petty theft, first offense. I find that there is probable cause for the charge. Officer Hill, would he qualify for PTR with a bond?
No, Your Honor, unfortunately, due to the open cases, that disqualifies him.
Okay. Mr. Shahid, I am setting your bond of $500. I'm also ordering that you're not to return to the location where this occurred, the Golden Crown Liquors on 13th Street in St. Cloud. Officer Hill, without PTR, I can't order random urinalysis, correct?
Unfortunately not.
That's what I thought. Okay. But I can order this, and I'm ordering that you are not to possess any alcohol as a condition of your release. If you are caught possessing alcohol, you come back to jail. It appears that that's a significant factor in your life based upon all of the Dwellis counts that are going on. Is it just driving while license suspended and revoked, or driving under the influence?
They're all driving with license suspended.
Okay.
But he does have significant other history.
I had a driving under the influence in 2018.
Okay. So I'm going to leave that as a condition of your release, which is you're to drink no alcohol as a condition of your release. And that is all. You may be seated. Stephanie Valentine.
Present and approaching, Your Honor.
Sir, you can come right up to the podium. Ms. Valentine, you are, I'm appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. You are charged with 1 count of battery, unlawful touching, or striking, domestic in nature. You're also charged with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon without intent to kill. I reviewed the charging affidavit. I do find probable cause for the charges. Before I set the conditions of your release, sir, what is your name?
Jason Valentine.
All right, and Mr. Valentine, I don't want you to talk about what happened during this incident. I have a couple questions for you. First of all, are you married? Are you the husband? Okay.
Yes.
Are you afraid of your wife?
No.
Do you want contact with her?
Yes.
You talk louder for me.
Yes.
All right. If another violent incident was to occur, would you have any hesitancy about calling 911?
In the matter, I would definitely consider it.
All right. So if there were to be violence in the future, would you call 911?
Yes.
You're hesitating there.
Because this is a first time scenario.
Okay.
And this isn't something that happens on a daily basis.
Okay.
But, you know, as married couples know, we bicker and we argue and, you know, it's hard to define what your definition is of violence versus what ours would be. And this was a very sad situation. And in this situation, yes, police would be advised.
Okay.
And Your Honor, for the record, she has no prior arrest.
All right. Thank you. Then I'm going to set the bond as follows: $1,000 for count 1, $1,000 for count 2, with PTR on both counts. You're to have no hostile contact with the alleged victim in this case. You're to possess no, let me back up. You're to possess no firearms and relinquish any firearms that may be in your custody or control within 24 hours of your release.
Your Honor, you said that was with PTR?
Yes.
And I don't know if PTR with mental health conditions would be appropriate in this case?
I'm looking at, so I think it would. So I'm going to order PTR with mental health conditions. State, was alcohol an issue in this case? I've noted it, but I can't seem to find it, so.
There was no alcohol at the time. ma'am.
And Your Honor, if I could interject briefly, you typically order no weapons or firearms, and it seems that you ordered only no firearms in this case. I didn't know if that was intentional.
Well, let's talk about that, because the weapon in this case was a kitchen knife, so.
Correct, Your Honor.
If she goes home and lives in her home and has kitchen knives, I don't want her to violate her conditions of release.
I understand that, Judge. I am just concerned about if she is at Target with a kitchen knife. That is more of a concern to me. We've ordered no weapons, no firearms, in probably a dozen other cases today. They probably all have kitchen knives at home.
I will order no weapons or firearms as a condition of your release. It doesn't mean all knives have to be removed from the house, but knives that are typically used as weapons would. So if you have machetes laying around the house, they need to go. And if you have a kitchen knife or a steak knife in an arena that is not an arena where you typically carry those types of things, that would be a violation of your release. Thank you, counsel. So I've ordered PTR with mental health conditions. And I think that's it. You may be seated.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, sir. Lillian Waldrop.
President approaching, Your Honor.
And Your Honor, for the record, he has no prior arrest.
Okay.
Or she.
Your Honor, in all candor, on the petty theft case, the state has a probable cause concern with Ms. Waldrop as a principal based on the facts of this case.
I'm appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent you in each of these counts. Each of these cases, rather. So the affidavit alleges Waldrop was an active participant as she attempted to distract the clerk by breaking away from Shahid.
Judge, in order to qualify as a principal for petty theft or any other crime, the state would need to show that she knew that the crime was occurring and that she took some step to assist in the commission of the crime. It appears, I understand that the deputy indicated that she was an active participant, but it appeared to me, based on my read of the affidavit, that the only steps that she took were the two of them went into the store together, and then the two of them separated. He went to go steal a bottle of tequila, and she placed several bottles up on the counter and then produced her driver's license. I don't see any indication in here that she was aware that he was stealing a bottle of tequila or that she wanted him to. I would, if the court's not inclined to find probable cause, I would ask for 24 hours with the bond stayed so that I can reach out to the lead officer on it, figure out whether there's additional information that wasn't listed in this report.
All right. As to the petty theft count, I do not find that there's probable cause for the charge. As to the DUI count, I do find probable cause for the charge. As to the petty theft count, I will stay the bond and give the state 24 hours to file an amended affidavit of probable cause. As to the DUI count, bond is set at $500. With PTR.
She does qualify for direct PTR, Your Honor.
Does she? And then I'll waive the bond requirement and release her under direct PTR conditions.
Would that just be on the DUI or the petty theft as well?
Well, it's just on the DUI. Since I'm not finding probable cause on the petty theft, is there any objection to releasing her today, ROR, or do you want your 24 hours?
Judge, I wouldn't have any objection to releasing her on PTR with a no contact, or excuse me, no return and no contact with co-defendant. ROR, we're not able to impose any restrictions whatsoever, but if she's going to be released today on non-monetary release, I think that's an appropriate resolution. I would just ask for PTR.
What says the defense?
Your Honor, we would argue for ROR, as the state has already said, and we found there's no probable cause for the petty theft. These were sworn affidavits from law enforcement officers. So we would ask for ROR on the petty theft and PTR direct on the DUI.
Well, they're entitled to 24 hours to file an amended affidavit. I just don't particularly want to keep her in jail for another 24 hours while they do that.
Understood, Your Honor. Or we would request ROR, but if PTR directs.
All right.
Your Honor.
I'm going to release her ROR on the petty theft.
I think that's the legally correct thing to do,
So-
Judge.
I'm going to release her ROR on the petty theft with direct PTR on the other count and no return to the location where this occurred.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right?
And will you be ordering no alcohol?
No alcohol and random urinalysis as a condition of your release.
Okay, Judge, for the record, on the petty theft is ROR, so we're not setting it for 24-hour.
I am not. That is correct. They can direct file if they want.
Okay. And then PTR on the other charge with no return to the offense and no alcohol and random alcohol testing.
Correct. I'm recalling Brian Mendez. I understand he's not there, but I want the victim to be heard.